never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night, Black Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Cue. Get this show on the road. Hey there. Hey, we made it through Hump Day, so hey, we can start looking toward the weekend. I know we got a way to go. Thursday, Friday, but well underway. Hope your week's going smoothly. Welcome back. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker Southwest Ohio. OvernightDriveRadio.com. iPhone, Android, streaming devices, Alexa, you name it. OvernightDriveRadio.com. TNCRadio.live. Again, iPhone, Android, any listening devices. TNCRadio.live. Welcome aboard. All right, well, I suppose there are many of you, if you're driving truck, that would be having to make decisions. Do I attempt to proceed, or do we need to shut it down? Kind of wait out the storm. All right, we've been talking about it all week. Well, we knew there was going to be a 1-2 punch. System number one, Monday, Tuesday, into early Wednesday. Now things really begin to unfold. Big storm system number 2, which now has winter storm warnings spanning from northeastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, about the northern 2/3 of Arkansas. The shift in the storm a bit further south over the last couple of days. Much of southern Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, and Tennessee. Winter weather advisories extend all the way up from eastern Iowa, pretty much all of Illinois, much of Indiana. And we'll probably continue to see some of those watches and warnings expanding further through parts of the Ohio Valley and into the Northeast as we make our way into Thursday. So the beginning, it's the inception, what we're looking at right now. We are seeing a bit of freezing rain, sleet, Memphis. Now you get just not too far east of Memphis, it's still rain, and actually pretty heavy rain along a line between Memphis and Nashville. The northern edge again transitioning over to some sleet and freezing rain. A little of that mixed precip extending down through Pine Bluff, Arkansas, even down into northeastern Texas. We're beginning to see the first returns of a little mixed precipitation there in central Kentucky. As we progress through the upcoming day, this is all going to really begin to blossom. The storm will intensify and fill in. Second major cross-country storm of the week, spreading snow and icy mix across parts of the southern plains through the day Wednesday. After impacting parts of California and the Southwest with that heavy snow earlier in the week, this system now has its eyes headed northeastward. Now, forecasters say it's expected to cause, obviously, major travel disruptions with that wintry mix all the way to the mid-Atlantic, plus up to a foot or more of snow in parts of New England. It's a very expansive storm, far-reaching, impacting about 265 million people from California to Maine by the time it exits. But that doesn't happen till Friday evening. AccuWeather tells us this storm is going to be making its presence felt across, the west this past day. Snow. We saw snow for portions of I-15, 25, I-40, and 70. Hundreds of miles further to the east, an ice storm begins to unfold from central Texas to central and eastern Oklahoma. Matter of fact, the wintry precip began to arrive in the Dallas metro area a bit earlier than expected. You had a mess of a morning commute, multiple multi-vehicle pileups, again, because the storm got there a little earlier than expected. But we now have winter storm warnings in place from northeast Texas to southwestern Illinois. Now, temperatures have already plummeted in rather dramatic fashion over the southern plains after enjoying more like May warmth as we started the week. After a high of 77 degrees Monday and 62 Tuesday, temperatures to start off Wednesday were hovering in the mid-teens in Wichita Falls, Texas, where the sleet was falling, and you actually had a very rare phenomenon of thunder booming and lightning flashing with the sleet. Temperatures now 30, 40 degrees below where you would typically be. The ice expanding into northeastern Arkansas, southern Missouri, northwest Tennessee, western Kentucky. Overnight tonight, temperatures are going to be in the 20s and lower 30s in these areas. In some regions, freezing rain, anywhere from a quarter to a half inch, will occur in some zones. I was just looking at parts of Arkansas where they're saying there could be 3/4 up to 1 inch of freezing rain, plus maybe up to an inch of sleet. You talk about an ice storm. This is going to bring significant damage to trees, widespread power outages in those pockets where you have a half inch to 3/4 of an inch accruing on the trees and the power lines. Major damage, long-lasting power outages could be in the offing. Travel in that zone obviously includes the metro areas of Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. From Fort Smith to Little Rock, Arkansas, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, even Paducah, Kentucky. Travel will range from hazardous to extremely dangerous. Now, thunder and lightning, which is rare during a winter storm, may accompany the ice in parts of this area. Forecasters caution that heavy rates of freezing rain and sleet will be possible. See, when you have the thunder snow or thunder, freezing rain, and sleet, just kind of indicates the strength of the storm system. Now, through the upcoming day, somewhat less intense areas of freezing rain will expand across southern portions of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, as well as northern portions of Kentucky. That includes much of the U.S. Route 50 corridor, portions of I-64, as well as I-70. As the ice begins to expand northeast, snow and slippery driving conditions will develop over northern Oklahoma, eastern Kansas, and expand to more of the central plains and the lower Great Lakes. Again, through the day Thursday, maybe 3 to 6 inches of snow will extend from just north of St. Louis and Indianapolis to maybe just south of Chicago. The moderate to heavy snow will reach Peoria, Illinois, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Detroit, and eventually Cleveland, producing substantial travel delays. As the cold air flows in following the storm Thursday night, any areas of slush or standing water will rapidly freeze. South of the zone where the ice accumulates in the central states, there will be enough rain to fall overnight, Thursday night into Friday, to aggravate some of the existing high water levels on streams and rivers. Portions of the lower Mississippi, the Ohio, as well as the Tennessee valleys. Most of the flooding, they say, should be minor to moderate, but river levels can reach major flood stage in a few areas. It may take until early next week for some of the larger tributaries like the Ohio and Kentucky to recede. Now, for the Northeast, you need to brace for a formidable winter storm. Many areas in the Northeast got away with just plain old rain out of system number 1 earlier this week, Tuesday and Wednesday. Not going to be so lucky with this round number 2. From Thursday night to Friday, enough ice can still occur from this storm to raise the risk of tree and power line damage in parts of the central Appalachians. Snowfall will markedly ramp up further north in the Northeast. Folks that enjoy outdoor winter sports, the skiers are going to be jumping for joy. Winter storm watches for areas from Pennsylvania to Maine in the Northeast. Now, they tell us enough freezing rain and sleet can occur to create slippery conditions across much of Pennsylvania, part of West Virginia, northern Virginia, on over into northern Maryland, northern New Jersey, and southeastern New York, and along the southeastern coast of New England. Now, forecasters say there's going to be an area, again, where a quarter to a half inch of ice can build up on trees and power lines from west central Pennsylvania to parts of northern Virginia before temperatures begin to rise just above freezing on Friday. That's going to be the zone most susceptible to some tree damage and regional power outages. Snowfall from most of upstate New York through much of central New England, it's going to be much heavier than what falls over the central states. You're going to have the influx of moisture from both the Gulf of Mexico, but then the storm starts to tap into the Atlantic, which will lead to a broad area, 6 to 12 inches with some locally higher amounts from western New York through central Massachusetts, all the way up into central and southern Maine. From the southern parts of Vermont and New Hampshire, northeastern Massachusetts, we could be looking at 1 to 2 feet of snow, maybe even some 30-inch storm totals. Boston, you're on the cusp of a moderate to heavy snow. 3 to 6 inches forecast for the immediate central coast of Massachusetts, as much as 12 inches just west of Route 128. Now, any slight shift in the storm track or slightly lower temperatures could result in heavier snow for Boston direct. Now, because much of the snow is going to fall in less than 24 hours, the heavy rate of snow, which will be 1 to 3 inches per hour, we've seen this with several storms already this winter, becomes very difficult for the road crews to keep up, raising the potential for even some of the best winter season drivers in the Northeast to become stranded with this storm. Just as part of the southern plains, thunder and lightning may accompany the ice and snow in some areas, adding to the dramatics of this major winter storm. If you're going to be commuting to work in the Northeast, you need to be prepared for a work-from-home situation as we roll into Friday due to the magnitude of this storm. Even though New York City will be on the southern fringe of the snow, we could see enough of an icy mix to make roads slippery for a time Thursday night. And even while temperatures are forecast to rise above freezing during the day Friday, in the 5 boroughs that make up the city, there is a concern for substantially more snow and ice that will occur in the northern and western suburbs, or even in parts of central Long Island. So be prepared for a period of sleet and snow starting Thursday afternoon to Thursday evening along the I-95 corridor from D.C. to Philadelphia. Temperatures expected to reach probably no higher than the 30s today. Now that right on the heels of high temperatures, a few degrees of 70, for that region this past day. Big change coming on in the Northeast. Looks like colder air moves back into the Northeast Friday night and could cause wet, slushy areas to freeze over once again, just like the Midwest will Thursday night. Substantially colder Arctic air may wait for the start of next week to arrive for some in the Northeast. But that transition to much colder air may be accompanied by a round of dangerous snow squalls in some areas from Sunday afternoon to Sunday night. Recall we had some of those snow squall warnings there in parts of Pennsylvania over the past weekend. I mentioned the nasty precip arrived in the Dallas area a bit earlier than anticipated Wednesday morning. Multiple pile-up crashes, traffic backups around Dallas Wednesday morning. Let's see, right around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, according to Fox 4 there, at least 3 pile-up crashes happened on major highways, along with a slew of other crashes on some of the minor roadways. These incidents included a wreck that involved at least 6 vehicles and a semi, southbound Highway 75, a 16-vehicle pileup blocking all but one lane of the eastbound LBJ freeway, a crash involving 4 tractor-trailers on I-30, backing up traffic on the interstate there. In addition to those pileups, first responders had to ask police to shut down the ramp on southbound I-35W to Loop 820, more crashes that happened around them as they responded to the initial accident. They had spent much of the day Tuesday pre-treating roads and bridges. Driving conditions were not expected to deteriorate so drastically until today, Thursday. So they got an early impact. We really didn't expect it, We all had a bit of post-traumatic stress from the weather from the last couple of weeks, or a couple of weeks ago, and certainly from last year. But this was a lot worse than we thought it was going to be for the morning commute. According to MedStar Mobile Healthcare spokesperson We've all got one winter storm under our belt. We're ready to get back out. We've got crews standing by for the Dallas region. The big component of safety and winter weather awareness is the drivers on the road. Now, more freezing rain is expected in that region here through Thursday morning. Trying to stay on top of things. All right, under some of the, I mentioned they're talking about maybe some devastating ice. Take you to the Weather Service office there, starting in Little Rock, Arkansas. Additional ice accumulation, a quarter to a half an inch. Now, that's on top of what's already there. Locally, higher amounts, up to 3/4 to 1 inch. Maybe some light sleet and snow accumulations, up to an inch also possible. This is much of central and northern Arkansas. The highest ice accumulations will be along a line from Hot Springs to Searcy and Newport. Lesser ice accumulations across the northwest, as you'll have more sleet and snow mixing through the night tonight and through the day Thursday. In other words, there's going to be widespread power outages, travel nearly impossible. Next advisory, you see Weather Service office there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where these are all winter storm warnings. Now, they say some very light freezing drizzle or flurries possible overnight. Areas of light freezing rain and light sleet increasing in coverage late tonight into Thursday morning. Ice amounts around 1/10 of an inch along I-44. Higher amounts around maybe 1/4 of an inch across southeast Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas. The heavier wintry precipitation will shift east of northwest Arkansas, say by mid to late afternoon Thursday. So you've got a lot to go through. Your winter storm warning continues till 6 p.m. Central Time Thursday evening. So again, a lot of power outages. Let's jump down one or two more here. Memphis, Tennessee. Significant icing expected. Total accumulations up to a half an inch. In Tennessee, Dyer County. In Arkansas, Cross County. Weather Service office out of Fort Worth, Texas, where winter storm warnings are in effect until 6 p.m. Central Time Thursday. You're looking for that mix of freezing rain and sleet, new ice accumulations, 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch. Sleet accumulations, probably 1/4 of an inch or less. And that's portions of eastern North Texas. But roads could become ice-covered, so dangerous travel, especially tonight into Thursday morning. And yes, could even see some power outages due to tree damage with the ice accretions there. Yeah, there's a lot more to cover, but I think you get the gist. As I said, some areas are probably looking at not going to be opting to get out there on the road with this system. As we look over some of our listening friends checking in, now he says, this is Bama checking in from Fulton, Mississippi. Apparently, the winter storm in Arkansas has shut down all the chicken plants that we pick up or deliver to. So I'm running around Alabama and Mississippi for now. So that's the impacts there. I bet there's probably not a whole heck of a lot moving there in northern Arkansas. Maybe we'll get an update, live report from Big Sexy out there. I don't know if he'll be getting those papers this morning or not. If I had to venture a guess, I'd say probably not. We'll get to more of our friends checking in coming up here. Lots to cover. As I posted a couple of videos to my Facebook page here of the last hour, first item I said, it has begun. As Putin, it looks like he's officially got the invasion underway. I got a video from a Twitter feed. This was a couple, and I'm not exactly sure where it was, but airstrikes that set off a chain reaction at a Luhansk power plant, wherever that is. Yeah, check out that video. This is a couple that's in a high-rise building, and they're filming, and you can see some explosion and fire, way off in the distance. And they didn't seem real concerned, kind of saying, oh my gosh, what the what. And then there's a massive explosion that you could almost feel the shock wave as it impacted their building, which you could tell their tone dramatically changed. They started getting concerned, followed by an even larger explosion. By that point, you're thinking, hey, what are you doing filming there? You get the hell out of that building, get down, start moving, which they did eventually do. But I know Pappy had a chance to see that video. I told him, check that video out, because he's the bomb expert guy. I'm just kind of curious. What size of explosion would you think those were? Would those be like 500-pound, 1,000-pound bombs, or something different? I was inclined to think it something that would be akin to like a fuel depot explosion kind of thing. But yes, it has begun. Looks like the full invasion of Ukraine is underway. Not some sort of a limited thing. So lots to cover. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That would be us as we're underway on a Thursday morning here. Good to have you with us. Philly Dan, checking in prayers for Ukraine. This really doesn't look good at all. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Thank you, Philly Dan. No, it doesn't look good, does it? Hello from Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're clear so far, a mild 19 degrees at this hour. Be safe out there tonight, my friends. Good morning from Daniel. A very cold morning over here by Deer Lodge, Montana, where he's checking in with 6 below zero. Well, hello, Larry. Afternoon, all hammer down and be safe. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 68 degrees there. We should send some of that our way. We got a taste of it earlier this week. Joe, morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters, 70 degrees today, going down to 30 tonight. Talk about a big difference. Then we're supposed to get a bag of mixed precipitation through the day tomorrow. Everybody stay safe, have a good night, and congratulations to the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame nominees, which apparently I was on the nomination list. I saw that posted this past day. Well, thank you for the nomination. But Tank checks in from Banning, California, 41 degrees here tonight, heading on into Fontana to get a load and head back east to Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Pappy, Yeah, he said, and then there was a big boom. Well, that answers that. Funny that they all waited till Trump was out of office. Yeah, we pretty much, we saw this coming, didn't we? Captain Ron checking in from Ocala, Florida, 69, northbound and down at a blistering 67 miles an hour. Boy, you're tearing it up tonight, Captain Ron. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, morning steam, 0 degrees. You have no temperature? Yeah, 0 degrees and snowing at the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from underneath a 75-year-old handmade quilt tonight, trying to stay warm, 0. Wow. Hello to Timothy, Evan on board, winds blowing in Clarion, Pennsylvania at this hour. Hillbilly Tex, checking in from exit 81 off the big 75, waving a big hat, and shout out to Billy the Kid. David on board, evening, stay safe, prayers for the people there in Ukraine. Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. He's got 18 degrees at this hour. Michigan Mad, everyone needs to pray for Ukraine. The world's going to suffer because of our weak United States leadership, and the world sees our weakness. They see we can't even defend our own invasion going on at our southern border. Everyone say a prayer tonight for Ukraine. I was describing those massive explosions in whatever city that was. I don't know if it was Kyiv or where. I mean, there are news reports of explosions coming out of the capital of Ukraine there, again, Kyiv. And Putin has demanded that the military in Kyiv surrender. I mean, already. He's saying, here, surrender now, or pretty much you may die. I mean, there's undoubtedly, with the magnitude of the explosions in that one video, anyone that was in any proximity to that probably would be killed from the sheer, the concussion, the shock wave. And again, this appeared to be in a big city, kind of a downtown-looking kind of area, so not a good night. Or actually, it's about 7 o'clock in the morning in Ukraine. Santa Claus checking in. I'm watching what's going on with Russia. We've got 51 in Bloomington, California at this hour. Santa Claus out. Get our news break. Grump is on board. Wants to talk about Ukraine. I believe Big Sexy's online to give us an update there in northern Arkansas. And you want to jump on board? Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine has issued a warning to its citizens in Russia.
Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is warning its citizens across the border in Russia to depart immediately Wednesday as uncertainty surrounds Russia's next military move. The United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, Germany, and 14 other countries were among nations that announced sanctions against Russia as Moscow appears poised for a full destruction of Ukraine's democracy. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal health officials and medical experts are mulling the potential need for a fourth COVID-19 vaccine, but many don't agree whether another booster is needed or will be effective. A senior Biden administration official tells Axios that the federal government is planning to test new vaccines combining multiple COVID strains to determine what will offer the broadest coverage against future strains. This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard, I'm here with George D., a longtime user of Revive One. George, tell me, how has Revive One changed your life?
I've had some plantar fasciitis on the bottoms of my feet that have been really hurting. There wasn't anything that could relieve them quickly except for the Revive. Yeah, I've tried all kinds of other products that have been available. Well, I just want to say, with the Revive product, I can see almost an instantaneous improvement. It's a great product.
Not available in stores or on Amazon. Get yours stores factory direct at painfreeland.com. That's painfreeland.com. Use coupon code SAVE20 for 20% off and free shipping, pain relief, or your money back at painfreeland.com, or call 877-577-2289. Not available in stores or on Amazon. Painfreeland.com, coupon code SAVE20. The active ingredient in Revive 1 has been shown to temporarily relieve pain associated with arthritis, muscle strains, sprains, and more. Use only as directed.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So here's what we know at this point. Vladimir Putin, Russia's president, announcing a military operation. claiming it's intended to protect civilians. In a televised address, Putin said the action comes in response to threats coming from Ukraine. He says, we don't have a goal to occupy Ukraine. The responsibility for bloodshed lies with the Ukrainian regime, says Putin. He goes on to warn other countries any attempt to interfere with the Russian action would lead to, quote, consequences they've never seen. The Kremlin said rebels in eastern Ukraine had asked Russia for military assistance this past day to help fend off Ukrainian aggression. An announcement that immediately fueled the fears that Moscow was offering up a pretext for war, just as the West had been warning. A short time later, the Ukrainian president rejected Moscow's claims that his country poses a threat to Russia and said a Russian invasion would cost tens of thousands of lives. The people of Ukraine and the government of Ukraine want peace, he says. Speaking in Russian in a direct appeal to the Russian citizens. But if we come under attack, if we face an attempt to take away our country, our freedom, our lives, and the lives of our children, we will defend ourselves. When you attack us, you will see our faces, not our backs. Zelensky said he asked to arrange a call with Putin late Wednesday, but the Kremlin did not respond. Much more to it, but it's kind of what they had anticipated. Yeah, when they started moving troops into those two separate territories there on Tuesday into Wednesday, they were pretty much saying that this is just the first moves, the pretext for an all-out invasion. Well, you say, Grump, how you been, first of all?
I've been good, man. Been good. I'm all over the COVID now, that kind of thing.
That's good.
How you been?
Hanging with them.
I hear you, man. Congratulations on your Wall of Fame nominee there. It's pretty good. I honestly didn't think he was going to go this far, to be honest with you. I thought he was, he was just going to, I don't know. Putin is a nut. I mean, a real crazy guy. This, they're using the short-range ballistic missiles right now, which has about 1,000 to 1,500 pound warhead on them, and they're just basically walking them in on places. I believe they're the SS-26s or the Iskander or something like that. It's they replaced the Scuds, the ones that they used on us over in Iraq. But yeah, it's this whole thing is, man, this could blow up into something else. I mean, it's, I think the only way to stop this right now is to just absolutely, start pumping all the oil we can, cut them off completely, from selling any oil or anything like that. And that's going to take all of Europe that's just going to have to get involved in it and say, look, we're not buying anything from you. We don't want your trains coming out of Russia into any parts of the NATO countries or anything like that. Airlines need to get a hold of them and say, we're not flying back into Russia, or we're not going to allow Russian-owned aircraft to land. Putin is, he's estimated to be one of the richest people in the world, if not the richest. Here, this guy, he's making $1 billion a day right now off of oil. And, the country is, he probably takes half of it, knowing him, but he's estimated, his net worth is estimated over $200 billion. But this fool, we have for a president, this is the result of, this is why you don't vote for stupid people. Because the first thing he did was destroy our economy, and
energy independence.
That was, we were looking damn good on the world stage as far as energy was concerned, and it's this, there's one and with our military also, Trump was trying to rebuild a lot of it. He was, bringing back a lot of the good things that was in the military. They stopped the sequestration and all that stuff that Obama had placed in the, But one thing that Trump did that Biden will not do is Trump did not listen to the Lindsey Grahams and the idiots that are constantly warmongers. I mean, that they love a good war. Why, I have absolutely no idea. But until we get our economy together, I mean, we were the world player at one time. Where I remember Ronald Reagan's speech, when he stood there, in East Berlin, and or when he was in Berlin, or at Brandenburg Gate, and I mean, it just the crowds were just amazing, But his whole thing was, to build up the economy, build up the military, do all of it, and that's exactly what they did, and what just absolutely blows my mind right now is how this feckless fool we have in there now, this cackling clown he calls a vice president, can sit back on their haunches and actually allow this country here to be overran by all these idiots coming up from the southern border. And I seen the other day where they got 13 states or 14 states now that signed on to the public charge. They're suing in court over it, which technically they should win because it is a law on the books and it should be adhered to. And I think I sent you something on that once before about the public charge. If people come across the border, legal or illegal, cannot support themselves, they go back. Period. I mean, that's just the way it is. If they can't, but Trump, he cut it down to 1 year on, any kind of financial assistance whatsoever. That's still in my book, 364 days too much. That one day that they get here, we were to just say, look, pay up or get the hell out, period. I mean, you're going to be on a plane anyway, so let's just go ahead and get you over there. But it's, this can escalate into something huge. I mean, Putin is somebody, he's number one, he's psychotic. He's a narcissistic little, whatever you want to call him. I mean, this guy is somebody that he don't mess around. When he says he's going to do something, he does it. When he said he's going to go into Crimea, he did it. When he said he's going to go into Georgia, he did it. What was we doing at that time? Sending them blankets, sending Ukraine blankets, until Trump got into office and started sending, things that they can actually shoot back with. This is what happened. But he's been, he's been building up the forces for how long now?
Yep.
About 4 or 5 months. I mean, and they've been doing the satellites. It wouldn't surprise me if they wasn't shooting, they were launching drones and everything else. They've been, identifying the targets that they're going to hit. It's easy as hell to walk across the border in Ukraine out of Russia. And, they speak the same language. Most of them, they do speak Russian, but they have their Ukrainian dialect. And my son, he was kind of translating what Putin was saying the other day. He speaks, fluent Russian, and I took it in college. And he just stopped midstream. He said, "This dude's nuts. What the hell is he talking about?" And it's the idea of Putin. Nothing would please this idiot more than to rebuild the Soviet Union.
Yep.
I mean, it was just one of the most I guess fulfilling speeches I ever heard in my life was, you remember when the Russians shot down that Korean airline and killed, I think it was 236 people, I believe is what it was, that was on that flight. Ronald Reagan gave a speech, about Russia. And I mean, he put the world on notice that we're not going to stand for this. And the Soviet Union didn't last long after that. I mean, the wall come down in 87. Or 89, and I was fortunate enough to be in Germany then. And in my living room, I have a piece of rebar. We went to Berlin when all this was happening. There was probably 12 or 13 of us that got on the duty train and went over there when the wall was coming down. We partied like a bunch of drunk monkeys with all of them. It was nothing to see somebody fall off the damn wall. People pick them up and set them back up there. I mean, that was a turning point in the Soviet Union. That's what buried it right there. And now this idiot is thinking that he's going to rebuild it to the point that he wants to be this massive force in the world, and somebody that can take on the United States. Well, look to Taiwan here pretty soon, because China is moving more aircraft in the area. They're moving more ships in the area. And I think Japan is kind of moving theirs over there to kind of help deter things. It's not going to happen from us. When you got somebody like Joe Biden, in office right there, I mean, he would sell the kitchen sink to keep, he would get in a war. It wouldn't, but he would not get in it to win it. He's part of that Democrat crowd that says, let's go over here and fight. And then we want to rebuild your country while we got seniors over here, can't even buy their damn medicine there, but they're building new schools and, creating new governments out of our pockets, in places like Afghanistan. How'd that work out? The idea of a war is blow the hell out of your, the opposition and get the hell out of there. And, I don't know, man, I tell you, it's, I spent many, many, many years in Europe, and part of our NATO tacky valves and things like that was practicing for scenarios just like this, just what you see right now. And it would not surprise me a damn bit if this does not escalate into something. I mean, Putin is going to, try stretching his wings a little bit here. But it's going to get bloody, man. I don't think the Ukraine's going to turn. We got about 8,000 troops, 9,000 troops, something like that we've just moved into Poland. We got them in Lithuania. We got them in other places. And do I want to see any American boots on the ground over there? Hell no. I don't want. I don't think we ought to get over there and bleed for anybody anymore. This is happening in Europe, and it's high time the Europeans get off their ass and start taking care of what's in their backyard. And the only way they're going to do that is just to box Putin in and stop buying his oil, stop buying his products, stop allowing things to go into his country, stop allowing things to come out of his country. Just, the only people he can sell it to is China right now. China, Iran, places like that. Who gives a rat's rear? I mean, that's they've been partners up forever. But the one thing that they're looking at right now is how they're partnering up against the United States. Well, we got other things in play. Look at India, how they've fought with China there. They've had many skirmishes across the border there. China is scared to death of India. They're also afraid of Japan. Japan will launch an attack on them if they was to do something stupid to that bothered Japan. I mean, they really would. And the one thing we got to stop trying to be, Steve, is all things to all people. We got to take care right here. One of these days, and it's not, we're not going to see it in our lifetime, but we're going to have Americans wake up one morning. There are going to be ships that's not going to be ours outside the ports of our country wanting to fight with us. That's a fact. We haven't had a war here, and look, since the Civil War, and I don't count them idiots that flew some planes into the World Trade Centers as anything other than what they were. They were just terrorists. I'm talking about a full-scale invasion that may happen. It just may come to that if we do not quit putting people like Joe Biden, that feckless fool, in office. He probably woke up. All right, they invaded. All right, I'm going back to bed. This kind of thing. But we can't have blowhards and big mouths and stuff like that. We got to have some tacticians in there. Some people that's really looking at building this economy, making us the strongest economy in the world, and making us the strongest military. Our military is second to none, man. I mean, our guys will fight regardless. I've seen it. I've been on the 50-yard line on a lot of this stuff, in Iraq, man. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking, wow, I would hate to piss off our Air Force or, people like this. I mean, it just literally was amazing to see A-10s literally work. And, man, I don't know. The more I look at it, I'm thinking, this is crazy, because we're allowing ourselves to diminish in the world stage, and that's the only thing, is walk softly and carry a big stick. Ronald Reagan, man, I mean, he was amazing when he was in office. A lot of people didn't like Reagan, but Reagan knew how to break the Soviet Union, and that was through an arms race. Let's build up our military. They couldn't afford anything until this dumbass Joe Biden come into office. Putin couldn't either. The only reason Putin is doing what he's doing now is because he financially can right now. while Trump was in office, our fuel prices and everything was low. We wasn't buying any oil from Russia. Now we're buying 12 million barrels a day from them. And, it's I don't know, man. If they shut that down, you're going to see fuel prices run through the roof. But I'd rather pay, $10 a damn gallon than to buy anything from that damn little, from that little psychotic
Putin,
idiot. It's the way it is.
Well, he got. We just had Putin and Xi a couple months ago, on several occasions sitting down, and I guess the most recent was Putin when he was there with Xi to open the Olympic Games, for the opening ceremonies, again solidifying their agreement. The communists are sticking together. But right there, thank you for chiming in there. Grump, I've got to get to a quick timeout, and we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
About 5 before the hour, so Kyle posted some of the first video out of South Georgia Motorsports Park. There is Lights Out 13, some of the first qualifying rounds. And I'm guessing this may have been the first run of the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10, qualifying for the Radial versus World Class. All I know is, off the start line, looked like there was a lot of white smoke. And I could hear Kyle saying, that's not good. Oh, boy, I hope they haven't torn up an engine right out of the box. That would make for a not very fun weekend for Kyle down there at South Georgia Motorsports Park. They were looking to potentially break their own world record this weekend, the fastest diesel in the world. Meanwhile, Big Sexy checks in this morning from there in Arkansas. How we looking, Big Sexy?
You wanted a first-hand report. You got it. Right now, the roads aren't too bad. I haven't gone far. I've just come from Truman to Jonesboro on a state highway, and it wasn't too bad. But according to I Drive Arkansas, some of the areas I have to go to it shows ice on the road. Here, this highway, as long as you stayed in the ruts, where it was dry all the way down to the pavement. You can see the pavement, it was dry. If you got out of the ruts, you had ice, but if you stayed in the ruts, you was okay. Bridges are iced over. But just as I come into edge of Jonesboro, I got a call from the guy in charge up there of us, and he said the guy from the truck called and said he's going to be a couple hours. He's in the ditch over around Kennett, Missouri, waiting on a tow truck.
Okay. So, you may be waiting.
I don't think we even need to be out running tonight, to be honest with you. Got a little bit of stuff coming through now, and then they're saying about noon tomorrow we got another round coming through. So
okay.
But it's 28 degrees, and anything that is falling, it's not going to be rain. It's either going to be freezing rain or sleet. It was sleeting earlier and thundering. Lightning, so
I heard the reports that thunder, sleet, and thunder, freezing rain.
Yeah.
That's a very unusual combination.
Yeah, I usually wait till later in the show to call in, but I was driving up here listening to you, and I heard you say, I might call in here in a little bit and give you a report. I thought, I'll go ahead and give him one right now.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at the radar. And what I'm seeing right now is most of the precip. I mean, you had a lot of rain over in central Tennessee, little bit of the ice of it. From right about Memphis down to Pine Bluff and on into southwest Arkansas. So everything right now is, I guess, pretty much south of you.
Okay. Well, they're saying another round will come through tomorrow around noon, or it's about midday. So another round.
Well, I'm thinking the precip's supposed to begin filling in, if you know what I mean, and kind of expanding because the storms are going to be picking up strength. So, during the overnight hours, things are going to intensify.
This is not as bad as a couple weeks ago at all so far.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I ain't been over. The farther west you go, it's supposed to be worse. So I haven't been over the western part of my area yet. And that's the one that's showing ice on the roads on the I Drive Arkansas deal. So, I'll know more later, but right now, things don't look too bad here.
Well, we get an update in hour number one. Maybe we can get an update in the final hour. And because just based on the forecasts there for the northern portions of Arkansas, if you see a half inch, 3/4 inch of ice accretion, that's going to be ugly. Hey, we close out hour number one there. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine has issued a warning to its citizens in Russia.
Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is warning its citizens across the border in Russia to depart immediately Wednesday as uncertainty surrounds Russia's next military move. The United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, Germany, and 14 other countries were among nations that announced sanctions against Russia as Moscow appears poised for a full destruction of Ukraine's democracy. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal health officials and medical experts are mulling the potential need for a fourth COVID-19 vaccine, but many don't agree whether another booster is needed or will be effective. A senior Biden administration official tells Axios that the federal government is planning to test new vaccines combining multiple COVID strains to determine what will offer the broadest coverage against future strains. This is USA Radio News.
Fever is a potential sign of COVID or the flu, and the Exergen temporal scanner thermometer has been proven accurate with more than 100 clinical studies. Be vigilant and seek medical advice at the first sign of fever. Be accurate with Exergen. Exergen temporal scanners, available at Walmart and other fine retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com. That's EXERGEN.com. Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
A new survey takes a look at the best U.S. cities to work and live in.
Good Hire says Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Reno, Nevada, and Provo, Utah rank as the top 3 most affordable cities. On the other end of the spectrum, Los Angeles, Hartford, Connecticut, and Corpus Christi, Texas top the least affordable list. The study factored in available job opportunities, housing prices, and earning potential when compiling the rankings. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau removed emergency powers on Wednesday.
After careful consideration, we're ready to confirm the situation is no longer an emergency.
Trudeau invoked those powers so police could end blockades occupied by people opposed to the country's COVID-19 restrictions. It also allowed police to freeze truckers' personal and corporate bank accounts and compel tow truck companies to haul away vehicles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Former President Donald Trump gives his 2 cents on the Durham investigation.
While Hillary Clinton and many Democrats are attempting to downplay the latest revelations from special counsel John Durham's court filings, former President Donald Trump is becoming a bigger believer in Durham's investigation, though he was angry with him just over a year ago.
He worked slowly, and a lot of people were really angry, but he has brought out some devastating blows. And if you really look at it, if you know what this is all about, that's just a foundation. That's a foundation for some very, very big stuff. So, yeah, I'm getting to be more and more impressed with Durham.
Speaking on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, the former president also was asked if he would be running again for the presidency and said, I can't answer that now, but I think you'll be very happy. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
The FBI is warning businesses and governments to be aware of cyber attacks. There's nothing specific currently, but it could happen as the threat of war in Europe is at its highest level. A top FBI cyber official told executives that Russia is a permissive environment for cyber criminals. Sheriffs are demanding to be notified of new arrivals as the Department of Homeland Security ships tens of thousands of illegal immigrants throughout the country. ICE and the Department of Health and Human Services operate the flights. They say locals will have to keep track of migrants if federal officials cannot. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back here on a Thursday morning. Good to have you along for the ride. Eskimo Mom on board, right out of the box. Howdy from Tip Trucking. Trucking ain't for the faint of heart. Warehouse being slow pokes plus an office screw-up's going to make for a very long night. Uh-oh. So far it's dry. We've got 25 outside. All right, so I guess, is that Tip City? I'm looking, we're 33, according to my thermometer outside the secret bunker. 29 at the International Airport there, CVG. And Jay says, it sounds like we may all need a secret bunker sometime soon. Good morning, everybody. All right, who we got here? Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe, keep on trucking. Gilligan checks in. 49 and clear for now in Radford, Virginia. Keep the shiny side up. Okay. Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and all the hardworking men and women on the roads, and our first responders on the ready, being active or retired. Thank you for what you do, and please drive safe. Hello to Buckeye Boy checking in from, where's that at? Frankenmuth, Mississippi, where it's, Michigan, Michigan, where it's a miserable 15 degrees. Have I ever said, I hate the cold? Yes, you have. Should be out of here around 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, headed south. Well, Putin showed just how concerned he is with the leadership or lack thereof from the United States. Question is, how far does he go? And how soon after this does China move on Taiwan? We are in perilous times, my friend. Everyone have a great night, though. Be careful out there. I was thinking the same thing. You almost know Taiwan is going to capitalize on this. Hello to Mr. Q. Good morning. Good to have you on board. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew waiting on loads to Youngstown. Seems like your nightly routine there, Bidu. Buster Brown, planning to be at Louisville for the truck show this year. Purchased me some Hot Shot secrets for the gas engine and maybe some transmission shift restore. Oh, yeah, maybe grab some show garb. Yeah, we are planning to have. I believe Kyle's going to be able to work that out. We've been talking about maybe some of our overnight drive T-shirts. We've got the tumblers, 30 ounce. These things are really nice. Overnight drive on one side, the Hot Shot secret on the other, and maybe some overnight drive caps, ball caps. Let's see here. Santa Claus, top of the morning. Congratulations on the Trucking Wall of Fame announcement. I'm just praying for a minimum loss of life from Russia's current invasion and any subsequent response. Yeah, this is gonna be ugly. Based on the videos that are coming in. I mentioned last hour the video that I had posted, the massive explosion, and apparently they've already Twitter's already taken it down. I shared via Facebook the Twitter link, but Twitter said it violates their policy terms or something. I could only assume it violates their policy terms, I guess, because with an explosion of that magnitude, people may have died. That's all I can guess. Larry says, all right, here we go. Get ready for $5 gasoline everywhere. Can it get any worse? Well, yeah, I guess it could. The legendary Big Moose on board. Glad to see our illustrious president condemn the unprovoked attack on the Ukraine. Happy World War III, everybody. Hello to Kyle there. I was looking at your video there a little bit ago, Kyle. Checking in from South Georgia. Just getting back from the racetrack. That was about 25 after the midnight hour, but on board, ready to roll. Give us a full report. Yeah, following and I'm guessing you were saying that's not good from the big puff of white smoke we saw from the Firepunk S10 in that qualifying run. Uh-oh. Hello to the Garbage Throwing Daddy, checking in with the Trash Can Kid. Morning, Mr. Sommers, and everybody have a good day. Let's all get home safely. Sounds like a plan. Some folks just kind of chatting back and forth there. The Rambler is on board. Morning, God's children. Rambler Checking in from Highway 80 in Montgomery, Alabama. We've got 66 degrees. I've been in shorts and a T-shirt all week. Still praying for Pappy's daughter for complete healing. I may try to call in later to say hello to everyone out there. Be safe, drive safe, and know that Jesus loves you. And since he loves you, you know that I can love y'all as well. We know that is a fact. Rambler, good to hear from you. And speaking of Pappy's daughter, I did get a chance to speak with Pappy here as we were doing our show prep, and he gave me a little bit of an update. Things continue to improve this past day. At one point, he was trying to explain they were dealing with the trach thing or whatever, but she was actually able to speak a few words. You know, they're taking her off the vent during the day, putting her back in the evening, but whatever the process was that it was allowing her to speak, that they're doing it for like 10 or 15 minutes in the morning, 10 or 15 minutes in the evening. Everything's a slow process, but he was very, very thrilled. So he actually said, you wouldn't believe it, Steve, I actually got some good rest this past day. Yeah, laid down, I guess, like 6 in the morning. He said, I didn't wake up till noon. Yeah, got up, got a sip of Mountain Dew, laid back down, and next thing you know, it was 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, I said, yeah, I guess the mental stress that he's been dealing with for the past 3 weeks. Every time you wake up, your mind just starts racing. You're thinking about, you're looking at your phone. He said, has the hospital called? It's finally able to get a little bit of rest. That was good news. All right. Couple of others here. Shorty says, did the People's Convoy get started? The answer is yes, it did. And we're getting kind of conflicting reports, how many were involved in it. Now, the convoy out of Pennsylvania, we've been talking about out of Scranton there, that never really came to fruition this past day. Let me start with the report from CDL Life. 2 factions of the People's Convoy set out for Washington this past day. The actual number of drivers yet to be seen, while it is known that 2 separate yet related convoys set out from both Adelanto, California, and Scranton, Pennsylvania, Wednesday morning. There's been a number of discrepancies in media coverage regarding the actual number of trucks participating. Now, the Scranton deal. ABC 13, Bob Bullis, organizer of the Scranton convoy, told reporters that somewhere around 20 semi-trucks were ready to join the convoy. However, both Reuters and Rolling Stone reported that there was 1 semi participating out of Scranton. Now, The Guardian also reported the Scranton convoy consisted of a tractor-trailer rig, a dump truck, and maybe a handful of pickup trucks. Now, they were it was initially intended to head down to the Beltway this past day, but even Bullis told reporters the alleged 20 participating rigs wasn't enough to warrant, I guess, heading down there. Now, they did follow up with some of his earlier statements. We're not gonna camp there. Let me put it that way. We're not camping on the Beltway. But meanwhile, at the main People's Convoy out of California, Rolling Stone reported probably a couple hundred people, as I said, milling around, but early on, maybe a dozen semis. Reuters reported more than 24 18-wheeler trucks, along with some maybe 50 pickups and recreational vehicles rolling out of Adelanto this past day. Same time, the New York Times reported 40 semi-trucks participating in the convoy. Now, Brian Brass, the head of that convoy, said, we believe tens of thousands will be joining in. And we plan to stay in D.C. a while and hope that they don't escalate things like Trudeau did with his disgusting government overreach. Now, that was the CDL Life story. Maureen Steele, the national organizer of the People's Convoy, told Newsmax this past day they had over 1,100 vehicles. not counting the trucks and RVs trailing the trucker protest that took off this past morning. She says, quote, we have over 1,100 vehicles right now. The People's Convoy being led by the truckers. They're the tip of the spear. Now, she said, although the truckers are leading the protest, families and normal American people are also contributing. Yeah, she said we have tens of thousands in donations to work with right now, mostly from small dollar donations, church groups, and small businesses. Now, by later today, Thursday, they plan to reach Kingman, Arizona, followed by Lupton, Arizona, then on to Glen Rio, Texas, Elk City, Oklahoma, headed on up to, Sullivan, Missouri, then Indianapolis, Indiana, Cambridge, Ohio, Hagerstown, Maryland, and then it's March the 5th before they finally reach the destination of the District of Columbia. That's the plan. So I have seen some videos of people that were there participating from some of the actual convoy headed out of California. And it looked to me like a whole lot more than just a couple of dozen. It's hard to get the perspective. But again, the anticipation is along the way as the convoy's passing through one region to the next, more and more drivers may join the convoy. We'll see. But like I said last evening, we hadn't got any official word from the Scranton, PA thing. I said, they're not giving numbers. So I think he just hoped and anticipated that maybe a couple hundred truck drivers would show up this past morning, and it didn't really happen. So there's your update. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So, heat wave not feeling so well this morning, huh? Somewhere in Arizona, sicker than hell, he says. Head cold. It's not too clear, but 54 degrees. All right, that's a lot better than throwing chains like you were the over. Hope you feel better, heat wave. That sucks. Did you do the home COVID test just to make sure? Could be. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. 3-time champion meat hauler. Weather's bad at Iowa Park, Texas. Everybody truck safe out there. Yeah, some of that freezing rain stuff, right? Nasty. Hello to Captain Cliff in the house. Steve, I hope our country finds someone with the gonads to call out Brandon on his mental capacities to protect our nation. I do believe the Democrats are regretting their vote for Brandon after finding out his time in the basement didn't do him any favors except to deceive the American public about his mental capacities. And now proving to be a pet rock or a toss of the dice may be a better decision than Brandon. With the way things are going right now with Russia. That's his new name, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. All right, Ace checking in. Ukraine Border Force says their forces on the border with Belarus have come under attack. Well, we know Putin had been staging forces. They essentially had the whole of Ukraine completely surrounded. Ukrainian citizens in many major cities across Ukraine are currently being moved to underground train stations and bunkers to protect them from Russian missile and bomber strikes. Yes, and we are seeing the videos coming in from various locations throughout Ukraine of those massive explosions in many cases. One other update he posted here just a few minutes ago. Russia's airborne forces are attempting to take control of the airport in Kyiv so they can fly in forces to occupy the capital city. Ground forces now moving in Belarus and Crimea and from Russia. I did see that, we have this past day, the Ukrainian government was closing airports in eastern Ukraine from midnight to 7 a.m. was the initial plan because of the confrontation with Russia. Aviation authorities declaring some airspace in the east as, quote, dangerous areas because of attempts by Russian aviation authorities to seize control of the airspace. Ukraine acted after Russia issued a ban on civilian air traffic in airspace over eastern Ukraine. I think the idea is, when you take the airspace, Russia is now have their aircraft bombing areas. Any civilian craft would be in jeopardy, right? All right, last week, Ukrainian aviation officials warned pilots in the region to be on the lookout for Russian authorities trying to take control of the airspace and only recognize Ukraine's controllers. But for all practical purposes, it kind of sounds like the airspace over Ukraine has been taken by Russia already. Let's see. Gwen says 200,000 forces, that's Russia, versus Ukraine. Yeah, that's not a contest. I think we're just waiting to see how long it takes Russia to put Ukraine in their pocket. And it may not take long. And then one last post, a post that he's sharing. Julia Loff, 23M, Russia has apparently bombed the main airport in the capital of Ukraine. So, probably looking to take the airport. All right, we'll get back to the calls here. Got Eagle coming up here, back on board. Pete's going to be checking in. I think Pappy's online. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Where's the convoy? Out here riding around, I see a couple trucks riding up and down the road. They don't really look like convoy trucks.
Yeah.
Look like normal trucks.
Scranton didn't happen. I kind of suspected that would be the case. So.
Yeah, I did see the 6:00 news and the Channel 11 WBL there. They sent their helicopter out there in search of it, and they were showing one truck there with a pickup truck with about a dozen flags on it there going down the road. They didn't even say where they were filming it at. So I'm assuming it was up in Pennsylvania. But anyways, they had their main reporter, their on-the-scene reporter down at the big rest area in Jessup there, which is halfway between the two beltways. And there was just normal traffic going by, and the only thing I saw in that clip that could possibly have been anything that would have been a possible protester, convoyer, not a protester, convoyer, was there was one pulling an old Preston trailer. It had all the decals taken off, but you can see on the side of the trailer there where it all just said Preston 151 line. And so that was the only thing I saw that, looked out of the ordinary of just normal traffic going by. And so I'm thinking, as you said, that nothing ever developed for them to even, I don't know if they even got to Maryland or even, it certainly didn't seem like they went all the way down to the Capitol Beltway, but
No.
But they did show the clip of Nancy on there, and I don't know, was she in a drunken stupor again for her interview her speech that she was doing about the trucks coming and putting the National Guard out? She was stuttering and stammering and having all kinds of troubles getting her words out again there. Or is that just normal protocol for the way she operates now?
I think Nancy's. I think she's similar to Biden. Her cognitive abilities are going down. I mean, she is 78, I think.
I have no idea. All I know is she had. Her father was something in Maryland and mayor or something of Baltimore, and I don't know. Just been all bad all the way around from the whole family for the state of Maryland, and I guess for the country, not doing all that well. So I don't know. Maybe she just needs to go and retire back there at that estate she has out there in San Francisco and be behind one of those. Doesn't she have a wall around her place out there? But
yep, she does.
Anyways, yeah, I don't know. So other than that, I guess we were somewhere around the 70-degree mark, blue skies yesterday, Your Honor, just like summertime. So, but we're down to 35 now. So
Already, wow, okay.
I guess, yeah, we're already down to 35 this morning. So it's getting a little chilly here, and I don't know. I guess stuff's supposed to be coming in later, and then overnight and into tomorrow morning, and I guess they're talking really by before even midday, sometime mid-morning, everything's supposed to be done for the Baltimore area, but I'm not sure what they'll have there further north into southern Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania. There it looked like they had a lot of pink. They were showing Pennsylvania in pretty much all pink for the central southern half that they show. All the numbers and everything stop at the Mason-Dixon line. The Baltimore weather, they won't tell you what the temperatures are north of the Mason-Dixon line there. So all you get is the color on the map. I don't know. I guess they don't like them up there or something. The Rebels and Yankees and something like that. And I don't know. It's a whole thing here or something. So, but the one thing I saw in the national news is, did you see that? Cost of rent is going up. These people that don't own the property they live in, and they have to pay rent. Did you see the rents? Can you imagine the landlords are actually raising the rent prices up? So I'm thinking that the Democrats and Joe Biden are probably thinking right there. It's probably about time for another stimulus check, isn't it? Got to help all the people with that rent their homes and make it so the landlords can't evict them and then, got to give them stimulus money to be able to pay their rent.
Can you afford $1,200 a month for like a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath? Just a small home. Rent, not a mortgage, but just the rent.
Yeah. Well, you want to hear something crazier than that? There's these motels there that I go by. There's a couple of them I go by, and they're offering for you to stay there for a weekly rate, so you got, you got your bed and a little kitchenette and you're in a one-room thing and a bathroom. They want $350 a week. $350 a week for the motel room. Well, you figure that out. That's $700 for 2 weeks. That's $1,400
$1,400 a month
for one room.
to stay in a one-bedroom. And I guess what do you do? You do get the benefits that they'll come in and change your sheets every few days, right? Oh boy.
Yeah, but I'll guarantee it's not every day. Was it going to be once a week, maybe?
Right.
But anyways, but I figure that's people that, are workers that you be out there, like the welding crews that work on the pipelines. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think we got any welders working on pipelines anymore, do we? I think probably stopped all that. I don't know. Crazy world we live in, Your Honor. Just, I don't know. It's past crazy. As I said, we're gone insane. Just totally insane. So I guess we'll see what happens with this Russia-Ukraine deal now. But I'm thinking if we had a different person in office as president, there might have been a whole different scenario going on right now. So, but anyways, with that, I don't know. What else do we got? I don't think we got a whole lot more. So maybe we'll check in a little later if we come across anything down in the D.C. area. We haven't got that far yet.
Okay.
I'm not really suspecting anything out of the ordinary.
Nope, don't be anticipating any kind of delays aside from your normal delays on the Beltway this morning. All right, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Tweeting updates in real time, Senator Marco Rubio says Russia is engaging in a full-scale assault throughout Ukraine, including air assaults to occupy a large swath of territory. Rubio also speculated that Russian forces will seek to take the main airport so Russia can fly in forces to occupy the capital city. Rubio, the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations and Intelligence Committees, seemingly had information before reporters on the ground in Ukraine. Hundreds of truckers and their supporters set off from Southern California on Wednesday in a convoy headed across the U.S. towards Washington, D.C. The group is protesting COVID-19 restrictions inspired by the demonstrations in Canada. Organizers of the People's Convoy want to end mask mandates, vaccination requirements, and business shutdowns. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, for any of our listening friends in the Southern Plains, many residents witnessed a rare wintry phenomenon Wednesday morning. Thunder sleet. From the cross-country storm rumbling through the region, just like thunder snow, thunder sleet occurs when thunder or lightning is observed with the wintry precip falling, in this case sleet, or the little ice pellets. Now, thunder snow itself is rare in the sense that it doesn't occur with every snowstorm. Same can be said about thunder sleet and thunder with freezing rain. The phenomenon not occurring every time, whether they result in thunder snow, thunder sleet, or thunder with freezing rain, winter storms that spawn these rare events all have the same similar components. The bottom portion of the storm is winter-like, while the middle and upper portions of the storm are more convective. That'd be more typical of a spring or summer storm. In these situations, there's also an increased risk of heavier freezing rain or sleet accumulations. That proved to be true Wednesday. Some areas in northern Texas, southeast Oklahoma, and northwest Arkansas recorded anywhere from 1.5 to 2 inches of sleet by about 1 in the afternoon Central Time. Wichita Falls, Texas, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky Wednesday morning. Airport began reporting thunder sleet and thunder with freezing rain about 4:30 a.m. Central Time, and those reports were still coming in by the afternoon hours. That's pretty wild. With the combination of sleet or freezing rain with lightning and thunder is rare, Wednesday morning's outbreak was unusually widespread with more than 1,500 lightning strikes connecting with the ground through 2 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time. That data from the lightning research firm based in Finland. Temperature readings were also unusually low to be recorded with lightning. Altus Air Force Base, Oklahoma, recorded heavy thunder snow and sleet with winds gusting 33 miles per hour a little after 7 a.m. this past morning. While it was 14 degrees, with a wind chill of 16 below, if you could imagine, that's a miserable morning. Dallas, you still had temperatures in the 70s on Tuesday morning. Those readings quickly dropped into the 30s by noon Tuesday, and temperatures were right there about 30 degrees Wednesday morning when the thunder, sleet, and thunder with freezing rain rolled through the Dallas area. Let's check in with Eagle this morning. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road right now, getting ready to make a delivery tonight, Steve. I would say something, but I don't want to get no controversy started about a guy who called in the other night about me. I'm a much better person than I was about 20 years ago. If it wasn't for that, I'd say some things that would that he might not like. So I'm just gonna keep it to myself tonight, Steve. I'm trying to be the better man about the situation, because the reason why I say that is because I gave a disclaimer before I made my phone call the other night, and yet I still had this guy call in with a bunch of nonsense. So I'm just gonna keep it to myself because, like I say, I don't want to say something that say some things. Now, are you still there?
Oh yeah. Go ahead. So what's on your mind, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Now let me say this about the truck driver deal. Just like I figured, the guy that was in Pennsylvania, I listened to his interview the other night, Monday night or Sunday night. This loser that claims that he owns his own trucking company in Scranton, Pennsylvania, a one-truck operation. Looked like he was driving a wrecker truck called Bolus, Bolus or something. I think I've seen those trucks in that Scranton, Pennsylvania area. He was the guy who claimed he was going to have a rolling blockade this Wednesday in Washington, which never materialized, just like I figured. Another loudmouth can't back up what he say. So that's no surprise to me that his so-called trucker convoy didn't materialize at all. It was doomed from the start because, see, first of all, where he went wrong at, Steve, was because he told good old Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi what his plan was. So guess what? If you notice, if you watched on videos and YouTube, the Maryland Police Department, State Patrol, they were ready for this guy. They were even looking for him. As a matter of fact, there are helicopters in the air looking for his so-called convoy, which never showed up. Never showed up at all. So here's how it goes, Steve. Just like Trudeau, the loser up there in Canada, treats truck drivers. He said that truck drivers were terrorists compared to Nazis and this and that. Same way. Got bad news for a lot of people out there listening tonight. Joe Biden considers you the same thing, my man. And the reason you might ask yourself, well, why am I saying that? Well, why don't you turn your television on and you'll see why I say that. Because Joe Biden has installed fences all around the White House, blockades all around the White House, got the National Guard ready for you, brother. He didn't do that, Steve. I listened to another guy this morning. He didn't do that on the southern border down here in Texas where I live at. He didn't put the National Guard. He didn't install no fences down here for the illegals coming in across that border, gang members, terrorists from all over the world trying to get in. He ain't got no fence. No, he ain't even concerned about that. But I bet you he concerned about a truck driver coming into Washington, D.C. He installed fences, like I say, got the National Guard ready. And you'll see in the next week when that caravan from California shows up, Steve. Now, I know for sure these guys are coming because I watched it on television. And if you go to YouTube right now, they got live videos out there of guys doing interviews right now. They stopped at a truck stop somewhere in Arizona, I think. Guys making videos. So they're definitely on their way. I think they got over 100 trucks at this point. No telling how many trucks they'll have when they get to Washington, D.C. But just like I said, when they get there, Joe Biden will be ready for them, too. See, he's not making the same mistake that Trudeau made, Steve, where Trudeau, he allowed these truckers to get into town and do their 3-week blockade. That's not going to happen in Washington, D.C. because first of all, where they went wrong at, Steve, is you never notify somebody of what you're planning on doing. So all they did was get Joe Biden, prepared for their arrival next week. And believe me, Joe Biden will be ready for their arrival. So what you're going to have happen next week is a whole lot of truck drivers going to jail and a whole lot of trucks being towed off to the salvage lot and guys losing everything they own. So if that's what they want to do, that's what will happen next week.
Well, they don't. They don't have any plans of going into Washington, D.C. They don't have any plans of blockading the Capitol like they did in Ottawa. They're not going to they're not going to fully.
I didn't say that, Steve.
Well, they're not going to tow trucks away if they're just peacefully rolling around. Trucks are allowed to drive around the Beltway, and if they're doing the minimum speed, they're not breaking any laws.
Well, the Canadian truck drivers wasn't breaking any laws. See, Steve, we live in a different world now, Steve. You see what's going on. They're taking people's bank accounts away from them. You don't have to do nothing wrong anymore, Steve. All you got to do is be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I seen another video. The people that organized, they got 3 people. You can go look on YouTube. You can go look it up yourself after I hang up with you. The 3 people that were responsible for organizing the Canadian blockade, those people are in jail as we speak. They got a woman that's in jail right now, a Canadian woman that was one of the people responsible for this blockade. They said she could get up to 10 years in jail. Yep. I forgot what the charges were that they were going to give her, but she could sit in jail for 10 years for this so-called blockade they had up in Canada. So I'm just saying, you don't have to do nothing wrong in this new world we live in now, Steve. All you got to do, like I say, is being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I support these truck drivers. I hope that they're successful. But like I said before, Joe Biden seems to think that the American people are the bad guy, not the people that's come in this country illegally, not Vladimir Putin. And speaking of Vladimir Putin, before I hang up with you, I heard another guy say today, Steve, Joe Biden keeps saying that he's going to sanction the hell out of them and all these other countries. You know what? Vladimir Putin can care less. You know why he doesn't care about those sanctions? Because those sanctions are not going to affect him. They only affect the people that live in Russia. And do you really think that Vladimir Putin cares about his people that he the president of, or the people in Ukraine? He doesn't care about none of them. So he could care less about the sanctions that Joe Biden is putting down on him. And the reason why I say that is because he's now under attack right in Ukraine as we speak. So that's how he feels about Mr. Joe Biden's sanctions. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to give 2 hoots about any of the sanctions. There are some saying that the sanctions against Russia may actually have more of a detrimental effect on us versus Russia, which, this past day, by the way, oil indeed surpassed $100 per barrel. And as the news continued to come in this evening, more and more video, I'm looking at the current Brent crude price at $101.85. Headed up. Now, here within the past few hours, it surpassed $102 per barrel briefly. I suspect those numbers are going to continue to rise. Just get ready. We're going to be paying at the pump in very short order. But all right, quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, Trump brought up some good points about the only way to hit back at Putin is for the world, for the most part, to separate. Yeah, don't buy his oil, don't buy anything. Don't let anything in. I'm looking at from MSN. For years, Europe's dependence on Russian energy has really held them back from taking any sort of strong action against Russian mischief. But now, as things unfold between Russia and Ukraine, is going to force a change unlike any before, driving the European Union to make plans for a permanent, far-reaching break from Russian oil and gas, according to European policymakers. Well, is this going to be too little too late, though? The strategy to split from Russian energy is expected to be announced by the European Commission next week. That would give Europe a freer political hand against Russia than it has had in the past. It would take years, though, and come with a hefty bill for European taxpayers. But it comes with the crucial backing of Germany, a nation so entangled with Russia that one of the former chancellors is the chairman of Russia's biggest oil company. But now, with this week's arrival of Russian boots on Ukrainian soil, Germany, they say, has had enough. The chancellor shelved the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Germany. Yeah, the new project that was emblematic of Europe's energy-focused approach to Russia. Biden, of course, Wednesday imposed U.S. sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and its corporate officers. The European Commission's planned strategy next week aims to accelerate the transition to renewable energies so Europe never again is so dependent on the Kremlin to keep houses warm and factories humming. A strong European Union cannot be so resilient on an energy, or reliant, I should say, on an energy supplier that threatens to start a war on their own continent. So we're going to double down on renewables to increase Europe's strategic independence on energy. But we all know those sort of things cannot be done like flipping a light switch. It's going to take years. And if they shut off Russian oil, Russia, last I checked, was supplying about 10% of the global oil supply. So you shut off 10% of global supply, Europe's going to have to get their energy somewhere. It's going to be ugly. What's going on, Pappy? Good morning.
What's happening, Steve? Listen, I wanted to touch on this Ukraine thing. I'll try to get through this real quick. I know we're getting towards the top of the hour here. Hey, but real quick, if Rambler calls in tonight, tell him we all love him. All right? He's always telling us. Yep. He's always telling us, that God loves us and he loves us. Well, maybe somebody he needs to hear from us that we love him too.
That's great.
And I definitely appreciate everything, all the prayers he's done for my little girl here. All right, Steve, on the Ukraine here. I called in a few months ago maybe and kind of gave a spew about Ukraine. But, Steve, before I go any further, back with the whole Trump collusion that Trump is Putin's little stooge here, right? Remember that? Media pushed this for 4 years, right? Well, there's two people that know that was all BS. It's not true. Two people. For sure, at the time when this was going down. That's Trump and Putin. Right?
Okay.
Trump knew it was all BS, and Putin knew it also. So keep that in mind. Ukraine's been corrupt for decades, Steve. Decades. And like I told you before, it's always kind of been neutral. We kind of stayed out of there. Russia kind of stayed out of there as long as, everybody kind of stayed out of Russia or Ukraine. Putin didn't have too much to say. But when was the last time that they butted heads, Steve, real bad? It was 2014. Who was president in 2014?
Barack Obama?
Barack Obama. Since Ukraine was Steve, this is just my theory. All right. Obama knew Ukraine was so corrupt. The DC swamp rats, along with the other investors, saw an opportunity to go into Ukraine and get rich. The DC swamp corrupt money laundering machine was at work. George Soros goes in there, invests a lot of money in the gas, right? In the natural gas business.
Mm-hmm.
He starts pushing people around. Hunter Biden, right? Gets a job with another natural gas company. And that whole deal with that prosecutor that was going to go after that gas company to try to get some charges on him for corrupting others, right? It was part of Soros's group. Well, what happens? They hire Hunter Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And, right? Remember the speech with Biden, right? Either fire that prosecutor or
you don't get the money.
Company, or you don't get the $1 billion. So what happened is, Steve, the United States starts moving into Ukraine to try to get rich. Putin sees this. He's not stupid. He might not be rat type, but the man's very intelligent. He's not stupid. That started to set off a chain of events, in my opinion. We would have stayed out of Ukraine if we weren't money hungry and tried to get in there to get rich. Maybe, I don't know, maybe none of this would have happened. I don't know. But listen, hey, Grump's 100% correct. Reagan crushed Russia back in the mid to late 80s with the arms race thing. Remember the whole Star Wars project, right? Caused Russia to go bankrupt. We outspent them. Steve, we can do it again. That's the way to defeat Russia right now. You just talked about it a little bit. We can crush Russia's economy. Their economy is really nothing right now. I think they got the same GDP as like Italy, Steve. I mean, it's really nothing. Now, I don't know too much about this SWIFT banking system. There's been some talk going on today about this SWIFT banking system. If the United States and Europe got together and squashed this SWIFT banking system, I'm hearing that it would totally crush Russia, would crush them. But there's some problems with doing so. There's a lot of other countries out here that owe a lot of people a lot of money through this SWIFT banking system. So if they just shut down this banking system, there's going to be a lot of loans that don't get paid. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is you just mentioned it. Germany put a temporary hold, right, on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Yep.
Right? Big move, Steve. That's a big move by Germany. Wasn't expecting that from them. Trust me, Putin ain't going to like that. It ain't going to crush him, but it's going to hurt him. And back to what Grump was saying. This president we got shuts down our oil industry, stops fracking on government land, the first day in office. Steve, if he won't do it. But if he would, open these oil companies up again, get them rolling, get our pipelines back open. If Putin was threatening to stop even sending oil, to Germany and some of the other European countries, we could tell him, relax, we got your back.
Yep.
We're going to get our operations back up. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. That goes back to my thing about talking about Trump and Putin, and that whole scam that they tried. What does Putin have on Biden, Steve? Seriously, what does he got? If Biden starts, threatening to do these sanctions, could Biden maybe come out and say, listen, man, I'm going to dump all the information I got on all you Democrats, on the Clintons, on the Obamas, everything what you guys are doing in Ukraine.
Putin very well
What's he got on Hunter before?
He could have this whole current administration literally by the kahunas. Just all he's got to do is start squeezing. That would make sense to why Joe Biden has been so hands off for the most part. Everything's just been a symbolic move. Let me pause there, though. We got our top of the hour news break, and we'll get back at it right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine has issued a warning to its citizens in Russia.
Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is warning its citizens across the border in Russia to depart immediately Wednesday as uncertainty surrounds Russia's next military move. The United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, Germany, and 14 other countries were among nations that announced sanctions against Russia as Moscow appears poised for a full destruction of Ukraine's democracy. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal health officials and medical experts are mulling the potential need for a fourth COVID-19 vaccine, but many don't agree whether another booster is needed or will be effective. A senior Biden administration official tells Axios that the federal government is planning to test new vaccines combining multiple COVID strains to determine what will offer the broadest coverage against future strains. This is USA Radio News.
Fever is a potential sign of COVID or the flu, and the Exergen temporal scanner thermometer has been proven accurate with more than 100 clinical studies. Be vigilant and seek medical advice at the first sign of fever. Be accurate with Exergen. Exergen temporal scanners, available at Walmart and other fine retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com. That's EXERGEN.com. Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, so I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
A new survey takes a look at the best U.S. cities to work and live in.
Good Hire says Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Reno, Nevada, and Provo, Utah rank as the top 3 most affordable cities. On the other end of the spectrum, Los Angeles, Hartford, Connecticut, and Corpus Christi, Texas top the least affordable list. The study factored in available job opportunities, housing prices, and earning potential when compiling the rankings. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau removed emergency powers on Wednesday.
After careful consideration, we're ready to confirm the situation is no longer an emergency.
Trudeau invoked those powers so police could end blockades occupied by people opposed to the country's COVID-19 restrictions. It also allowed police to freeze truckers' personal and corporate bank accounts and compel tow truck companies to haul away vehicles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Former President Donald Trump gives his 2 cents on the Durham investigation.
While Hillary Clinton and many Democrats are attempting to downplay the latest revelations from special counsel John Durham's court filings, former President Donald Trump is becoming a bigger believer in Durham's investigation, though he was angry with him just over a year ago.
He worked slowly, and a lot of people were really angry, but he has brought out some devastating blows. And if you really look at it, if you know what this is all about, that's just a foundation. That's a foundation for some very, very big stuff. So, yeah, I'm getting to be more and more impressed with Durham.
Speaking on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, the former president also was asked if he would be running again for the presidency and said, I can't answer that now, but I think you'll be very happy. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
The FBI is warning businesses and governments to be aware of cyber attacks. There's nothing specific currently, but it could happen as the threat of war in Europe is at its highest level. A top FBI cyber official told executives that Russia is a permissive environment for cyber criminals. Sheriffs are demanding to be notified of new arrivals as the Department of Homeland Security ships tens of thousands of illegal immigrants throughout the country. ICE and the Department of Health and Human Services operate the flights. They say locals will have to keep track of migrants if federal officials cannot. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
there where we left off. Let me get back to, thanks for hanging in there, Pappy. So we kind of left off saying, Putin, if there was any sort of going all the way back to Hillary and what Durham has revealed in recent days, collusion between Russia and the campaign and trying to dig all... You think Vladimir Putin is aware of those things? I say, hell yeah, he knows all this stuff.
You know daggone well he does, Steve. And, he could be threatening, you try to tear me down with sanctions, I'm going to expose you all, and especially your son. It amazes me, Steve. I mean, for 4 years, not a thing. When Trump was in office, there wasn't none of this war rhetoric going on in Ukraine. The second Trump gets out of office and Biden wins, all hell broke loose in Ukraine. Yep. There's Putin's chance. That's just my opinion. But what do I know? I'm not some foreign affairs expert. I'm just a popo. But when you look back and kind of read the writing on the wall, man, I mean, that's the way I see it. Could be wrong, but I could be right. So we'll see what happens here in the next few days. I mean, if they're gonna try to put a stop to this, they need to do it now. They can't be waiting and dragging their feet. Europe and the United States needs to stand up. And I don't know if Europe can do it alone without the United States. Maybe not. But I got a feeling the United States, this administration's not going to do too much about it.
I have a sneaky suspicion you are correct, Pappy. Well, thanks for the update. Good news about your daughter this past day. So folks are happy to hear that.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate it again. And man, she's really shown some great improvement these last couple of days. And I expect it's just going to get better from here, Steve. And God bless you all. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Hey, thank you. All right. So we see that the U.S. State Department issues a new alert reminding Americans in Ukraine that the United States will not be helping citizens evacuate. Know the location of your closest shelter or protected space in the event of mortar and or rocket fire. Follow the instructions from local authorities. They have been telling American citizens for several weeks now to get out, have they not? Have no idea whatsoever how many Americans may be there on the ground in Ukraine, but doesn't look good. Who's next up here? Let's check in with the heat wave. Probably not sounding like his normal self. Feeling a little crappy tonight, huh?
Good morning, well, it ain't cold. It's just a regular head cold. Yeah, we're down here on I-10, avoiding Interstate 40, not because of the convoy, but apparently because of the weather.
Okay.
I guess Flagstaff's getting hit pretty hard right now. Earlier yesterday, we were on I-5 heading south, going into the Los Angeles area. Apparently, they had I-5 shut down for about 4 hours due to snow on top of the mountain. So, yeah, whatever we had is going to be y'all's present here in the near future.
Thank you.
I think I said that right. Yeah, so, listening to Eagle, and I ain't going to throw any disclaimers out there. I welcome a good debate. But, Eagle, you sound like Michael Obama. I'm sorry, Michelle, Michael, whatever. You're going to take the high road. Bull crap. You didn't take the high road. You knew exactly what you were doing. You brought up the subject, and you brought up a man who told you how the cow ate the cabbage, and you're just too proud to admit that maybe you might have been wrong. You sound more like a man, and I the biggest supporters, and now I don't think I want to support you for nothing. First, you said that what they were doing in Canada was illegal. And I called you on it, and I said, yeah, it may be, but how else are these people going to prove their point, push their point across? And just a few minutes ago, you said they didn't do anything wrong. Well, make up your mind, flip-flopper. I mean, they either did or they didn't. You either agree with them or you don't. You know, it's a black and white issue. There's no gray matter in between. You either agree with it or you don't. So, you know, and you, by not recognizing the name of people, you're trying to dismiss them. I'm calling you out, Eagle. You call these people call them by their name, by their handle, by their name, whatever. You need to recognize you have an opponent, and the opponent is right here. And the name for this opponent is Heatwave. All right, I'm off of that one.
Okay. I mean, it's
I tell you.
As Big Ed has said many times over the years, I mean, if you're gonna chime in, others may have differing opinions. You don't need to take things personally, but yeah, everyone has an opinion, and they're entitled to their opinion. And just because someone says something that you don't necessarily agree with, yeah, it doesn't mean you have to attack, I guess.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I said it the last time when I was addressing Eagle. You know, these are not personal. Don't make it personal. You know, and it seems like he has a very thin skin, and he has taken everything that someone says, whether they disagree with him, he's taken that as a personal affront upon his intelligence. I'm sorry, you know, I didn't make it personal. I'm just pointing out Eagle is flip-flopping on several different items and trying to be the holier than thou. And it's just like Michael Obama had said, you know, we take the high road when others take the low road. Well, the Democrats ain't taking no high road. They just say they are, but they're going deeper in the pits of the swamp than they ever had to make their point across. So, anyways, yeah, you know, you were wondering if I'd taken that test. Well, you know where the test kits come from for the COVID?
Many of them come from China. Some, yeah, there's some Chinese and some that aren't. But yeah, that's the free ones that I got from the government were from China.
Yeah, and they sell them at the truck stops, and they're all made in China for $20 a pop. And we already know what the Chinese do. You can't tell if they're telling the truth or not. So, I mean, why would I want to trust something made in China to tell me, oh, it's this or it's not that? No, Trump had it right. It needs to be America first, take care of our interests first. We can't be the world's police force. You know, other countries are going to have to take care of their own damn problems, and if they need help, then we can be there to help them. But we need, right now, is for that old fart in the office to go ahead and open up our energy production.
Yeah.
We've got it. Why not use it? And I've said before in the past, you know, they said, well, we're going to be out of oil. I think Jimmy Carter back in the 70s says we're going to be out of oil by 2000. Well, a well runs dry, and then 10 years later, it's just as full as it was. And Vic said what it was, and I can't remember, but it's like us with our bones and the marrow in there. Is constantly producing a supply of blood, and I think that the Earth is basically the same way. You know, it's reproducing its own quote blood unquote, which is oil. I don't think it's a dinosaur fossil fuel or anything like that. I think that's just just the way it is. We've got it. Let's use it. Let's help our prices come down, and let's help our allies when they need fuel oil or some sort of energy. Let's send it to them, because we've seen what Russia can do. So, anyways, yeah, it looks like we're heading home, thank goodness, and probably be out Tuesday of next week. And I tell you what, after next week, there's going to be some big major changes for me. So I'm still going to be working with the company, but I've told a couple of friends of mine out there, what my plans are. But yeah, it just got solidified here a couple hours ago. Yeah, my mind is more made up now, so I may not be on the radio quite as often as I had been, but nothing against you or anybody else out there. It's just decision with me within the company. So I may be a solar runner after a while, running solar, running nights. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, I just thought I'd throw that out before I forget it next week.
Gotta do what you gotta do. All right, Heatwave, well, thank you for checking in. We got to get a quick timeout back in 2. Here at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. OvernightDriveRadio.com or TNCRadio.live. You can take your pick there. Thursday morning. Okay, here it is. When we wrap things up at 5 this morning, what do you know about trains? Whether you're an expert or just curious, you'll learn something new and have a few laughs with Bill Waldrop in the Train Station. 5 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, right after the Overnight Drive on TNCRadio.live. Then it's Reverse Gear. Former tanker driver and over 50-year radio personality Ron Samuels, the maestro, as he's known around TNC Radio, looking back on the history of popular music. This week, looks like he's going to be talking about his picks for some of the most iconic women in music history. Coming up later this morning on TNCRadio.live. Hey there, Gilligan. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. It's an honor to speak to radio royalty. Congratulations on your Hall of Fame that you've been nominated for.
Yeah, it's just a nomination, and quite honestly, I know that there's a lot of nominees this year, and I'm just thinking it'll be like your first round trying to get inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. It may take a nomination or two to actually get there.
Well, it's an honor to speak with you. We've been talking for over 20 years. I've always enjoyed your program, whether it was here or your previous gig. And I'm going to give a shout out to their welfare head there. Yes, he claims this is not the Gilligan from 20-some years ago, but it sure is. Yeah, I left Winchester to go to Blitzville tonight. I ended up turning around it's the Canadian border because come to find out I went the wrong way on 81. I didn't think I'd get lost on it as long as I was on 81. Maybe that's an old one you'll remember. But anyway, by the way, on Eagle's call, Eagle, I don't get where he's coming from. I guess, he's out there, he's expecting the worst. Everybody's going to get arrested. They're going to get the trunks impounded. You're going to be at boundary accounts froze in all this. We've got to make a stand. We're not, unfortunately, I can't join the convoy unless I join with my own personal vehicle. But we need to take a stand. I've had people say they're against the convoy because they think that we're going to block off emergency vehicles and stuff like that. We need to get the word out there what this convoy is about. It's like you said from the beginning, we need a clear message.
Yep.
Unfortunately, every time these truckers try to get together, it's always in the past. Been different scenarios, different ideas. I don't know what the answer is, but let's face it, getting two truckers to agree on anything's almost impossible.
Yeah, and I don't know how many lanes there are around what they call the Beltway. I don't know if it's 3 lanes or 4 lanes or 5 lanes. Whatever the case is, the People's Convoy has made it clear that they will be leaving a lane or 2 open. I guess if you got 5 lanes, they're going to leave. They're going to leave lanes available for emergency vehicles and things of that nature. They're not looking to shut it down, just kind of slow it down.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, Horse Feathers can answer this better than I can, because I haven't been on the 495 Beltway for you. About 8 years now since I come over to LTL. But I think at no point there's less than 3 lanes around the Beltway.
Okay.
And there's areas where it's 4, and some of the merge points, like 95 into 495, there is, I think, 5, but mostly it's 3,
Okay.
and occasional 4. And that's in the heavier travel areas. Oh, by the way, I don't know whether I didn't hear Horse Feathers mentioning this. I was talking to him before the show. Is you aware he's trying to bring one of his tractors to the show? Did you hear about that?
Who is?
Horse Feathers.
No, I wasn't.
Tractors,
I was not aware.
Yeah, he wants to bring his tractor. Yeah, he's got a problem though. He don't want to pay somebody to ship it down there, and it won't fit the cargo hold of that passenger plane. But he's trying to figure out a way to have it registered as an emotional support tractor. I don't know how you can do that. I thought it had to be an animal. What do you think? But he's thinking he can get it off as an emotional support tractor.
Yeah, boy.
What do you have to do? Take 3 or 4 seats out of the plane or something? I don't know. That's what he's floating around. So anybody out there at Help Horse Feathers, I'm sure Steve get you in touch with him. Well, I thank you, Steve, and taking my call. I hope everybody has a good day. Heat wave. I hope you get to feeling better soon. Happy. I'm glad your daughter's doing better too. That's great news.
Yep.
Take care.
Thank you, Gilligan. All right, Sylvester, I see you've been hanging in there. I got you coming up right. If you can hang in through the news break, we got you right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine has issued a warning to its citizens in Russia.
Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is warning its citizens across the border in Russia to depart immediately Wednesday as uncertainty surrounds Russia's next military move. The United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, Germany, and 14 other countries were among nations that announced sanctions against Russia as Moscow appears poised for a full destruction of Ukraine's democracy. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal health officials and medical experts are mulling the potential need for a fourth COVID-19 vaccine, but many don't agree whether another booster is needed or will be effective. A senior Biden administration official tells Axios that the federal government is planning to test new vaccines combining multiple COVID strains to determine what will offer the broadest coverage against future strains. This is USA Radio News.
Water stains on the shower glass. Try rubbing some shaving cream on them.
Tyler's cleaning crew knows every housekeeping trick in the book.
Handling timesheets now.
But they need a proper bookkeeper to keep finances tidy.
New equipment is a business expense, right?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You need an accurate thermometer to check for fever, a potential sign of flu or COVID. Be vigilant and contact your medical provider at the first sign of fever. Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer has been proven accurate in more than 100 clinical studies. Exergen Temporal Scanners are available at Walmart and other fine retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com. That's EXERGEN.com. Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls.
We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn, but not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much, Jan. Welcome back. I see Sylvester just pulled up my email. I see you're sending me some links. One headline, 5 planes, 1 helicopter of Russian armed forces have been brought down. Yeah, wow.
Okay, and mind you, that's in Donetsk area. That's the eastern part of Ukraine. That's not over Kiev or Odessa or some of the other areas that they've been bombing. I've got a map that I was sent from an Instagram user that shows all the attacks that have currently happened. It's essentially all across the Ukraine. So, and the Russians have begun pouring across the border out of Belarus as well as Russia itself, tanks and armored vehicles. And we've also seen photos of civilians injured. And it's just, look, you read an article, I think it was yesterday, about why Ukraine is important.
Yeah.
And I've heard people go on about, well, we were investing in, and I'm not going to name any names, we were investing in the Ukraine. Of course, the Russians are going to attack, blah, 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 and all this other. Actually, the biggest investors in the Ukraine has been Russia, by far, as an individual country. This has nothing to do with money. It has everything to do with control of resources and also control of the former Soviet Republic of Ukraine. In 1986, Chernobyl blew up, and that's in Ukraine. You didn't know it as Ukraine. You knew it as the Soviet Union, because it was one of the Soviet Socialist Republics. Now, it has everything to do with that. Putin, unlike what our former president said, isn't a genius, which I read this and I was just shocked that Trump said this. Not that what he did was what he's done is genius. It's backhanded. It's evil. I liked what our prime minister said about Putin, stating and reiterating that this is so much like 1938. We can ignore this and say, oh, hey, we can't be the world's policeman. That's all well and good. But Ukraine is not just just another country. They are allies, whether we like it or not. Whether you want them to be part of NATO or not, they want to be part of NATO. Shishkevili from Georgia, who was arrested by the Russians, he was their president when the Russians attacked in 2008, said, look, this is going to happen. He warned us. And then there's actually an article on Fox News that I read it in Reuters a couple of weeks ago, and basically laid out what was going to happen, and it's exactly what happened. They did exactly the same thing to Georgia in 2008. This is from their typical playbook. At this point, should we send American troops? No, we shouldn't. We have military assets in Poland, because they're a NATO member. We have military assets in Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, which are the low countries there north of Belarus. We also have military in Bulgaria and Romania. And in fact, I believe it's Romania. We actually have what's called it's the SAC. It's not the Strategic Air Command, but it's it's a logistics command for NATO. There are a number of American aircraft that sit there and are used by the NATO assets as needed. That's well within striking range of Russians. And if the UK goes in, which is the most likely, or Germany, because Germany's actually looks like they're actually beginning to grow a pair. They are the most likely to go in one of those two countries. And we're actually obligated to support. We have at least one aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean that's moved into the area, including its entire battle group. My understanding that there are a number of Russian submarines that are being tracked in the Black Sea, and other ships in the Black Sea that are being tracked. But anyway.
Now, when you make the statement that we're when you say we're obligated to help protect, I mean, are you saying via NATO? Is that what you mean?
Yes. Yeah. The NATO countries, if they choose to go in. Now, we're obligated to protect. Now that doesn't have to do with Ukraine, because Ukraine is not a member of NATO.
Correct.
Personally, I believe that Ukraine, the sovereignty of Ukraine, is important to our, security. You read a few of the different things that are there. And this has nothing to do with George Soros, and I'm not saying that this has, and I don't believe it has anything to do with Biden or Biden's children. I could give a rat's rump about any of that. I think if there's anything to do with them, it's of such minuscule importance that it's laughable, in all honesty. This is much deeper and much more to do with the things that Putin himself has said that nobody has listened to. Him wanting to continue and rebuild the Soviet Union. That's essentially what this is about. And he has said that he will do this. But anyway, in saying all of that, I worked today and I came out and I've been checking my phone most of the day to see what was going on and see if anything had transpired. And as soon as I was done with work, I saw the videos of explosions. Mm-hmm. The Russians claim to have already shut down the Ukraine air defense system. The thing is that the majority of their air defense network is actually Russian. So the Russians would know how to do it. I hope that the Ukrainians put up a hell of a good fight. They use those Javelin missiles, which have a few problems with them when it comes to the current armor that's being used. And I just hope that they put up a hell of a fight, because Ukrainians are proud people. I know a couple of Ukrainians here, and they're livid. Every one of them wants to go back to fight, male and female.
Wow.
Because their country is important to them. So, brother, look, the most important thing we can do right now is pray Pray that the Ukrainian people were spared, and that the fight goes their way, and that the Russians get put in their place, and that the Russian people stand up against the oligarchy that are in control of that country. The oligarchy is in control of Russia, and I don't know if you know what an oligarch is, but it's essentially rich people that control the country. And everybody else basically just helps them. China is now an oligarchy. So anyway, you can probably hear the rain coming down here. Anyway, Steve, the most important thing is we can pray and hope that it doesn't spread, but I think it's going to.
I hope it's not. I mean, we see these headlines about, Drudge even has, countdown to World War III. We all pray that is not the case. Europe's been saying for weeks that this could, what Boris Johnson a couple days ago said, Putin's about to start the biggest war in 45 years. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I got a couple of emails from one of our listening friends, Carl. Chimes in. Carl, I think he's somehow involved in investments and whatnot. And Carl, he says, I think it was, who brought up the whole thing about crushing Russia with the banking and whatnot? The SWIFT, as they call it, not the trucking company, but SWIFT, he explains, is a settlement system for international bank wire transfers. However, not allowing Russia to use it is a useless threat to Russia because they already have their own system in place. Also, it's easy to work around sanctions by using Iran or China to move their funds and their oil. Russia has major contracts selling their oil and gas to China, so trying to cut them off from the oil markets it's really just another empty Biden threat. They also have their own internal internet system that they can move to at the flip of a switch. Putin is smart. The World Economic Forum and the Davos people need to get rid of him before they can get their one world order. So he's looking at Ukraine as a security buffer zone. My guess is Russia will not occupy Ukraine entirely, but will disarm them and force an agreement of neutrality from them that forbids them from entering NATO and or the European Union. The biggest fear should be whether the Biden administration does something here in the U.S. that's a false flag and blame Russia while using it as an excuse for a nationwide lockdown and military occupation. You drivers, he suggests you stock up and determine now what your line in the sand event is going to be going home. Should any of this happen. If a driver doesn't have a home, then you need to formulate a plan for a base. In the meantime, I'm short the markets in a big way. Thanks for being there for my overnight trading. I appreciate you. There you go. That's Carl, and I do know the markets. I had the one headline that the markets took a hell of a hit, especially early on. I'd have to pull up the latest. I think the Dow futures were down over 800 points. And then they were, an hour or so ago, they were down 600 and some. But yeah, here's the scoop I had from just before showtime. Dow futures fell 820 points. Futures tied to the S&P 500 down 2.4%. NASDAQ futures were down 2.8%. Those as Vladimir Putin said Moscow was going to launch military action in Ukraine. Well, that was just after he made the statements. He's now actually made the move, and the bombing, the shelling, it's underway. Joe Biden condemned the attack, saying in a statement that the world hold Russia accountable. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. The United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. What's that going to be? All right, investors continue to look at the potential outcome of the situation and what it could mean for the markets. Of course, as Ukraine warned its citizens in Russia to get out. Then we've been hearing, we had, 14 countries, whatever. The U.S. said they're going to impose additional sanctions against Russia. The U.K. and, like I said, they've been reading off the whole laundry list of countries that are implementing sanctions. But at least for the moment, it does not appear Vladimir Putin much cares about that. Okay, anything else from the email? Let me see. Responding to Sylvester. Pappy said you kind of missed his point. Yeah, George Soros was trying to control the natural gas supply, not money. Now, holding Hunter Biden over Joe Biden's head, he can possibly control the United States response to this attack. So it's perfect timing. Yeah, we've never really got to the bottom of Hunter Biden's laptop. Yeah, we know he was in the mix with the oil companies, the board, the big oil companies over there in Ukraine. He was deeply tied into all the corruption that was going on. Like Pappy said, though, it had been going on for years. All right, about 5 before the hour. Knucklebuster, what's happening? Happy Thursday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I agree. When Joe Biden holds Hunter Biden accountable, then I might listen to him there. Well, since Sylvester was just on there, there's a teenager over there in Australia that broke the Guinness World Records twice for being a Marvel fan there. she was able to name all the, I guess cartoon characters without missing a beat. Something else I forgot there. But anyway, I thought that's a pretty neat thing for a teenager to do. Everybody thought we was going to get rid of Tom Brady. Nah. He's going to produce and star in a movie, see, 80 for Brady. But I'm not about to watch it there. You ain't going to believe the cast of cartoon characters he's got lined up for this thing here. Lily Tomlin was one of them. Jane Fonda. Let's see if I can find all of them there. It's just, I ain't watching it. So anyway, just them two right there, you don't want to watch it there. And, well, he should have just picked Barbara Streisand because she can't sing or act, either one there, right? And was that Heat Wave that was fussing about Eagle?
Yes, sir. This most recently, yes.
Right. Well, Eagle is minister, or minister is Eagle, whichever way you want to say it there. It's like one and the same there. They say they want to go down there to the truck show and meet some of them cartoon characters. They're just going to wind up meeting one individual there, right? And I don't know, is it Friday yet, Steve?
Well, not on my calendar. It's Thursday.
Yeah, I know that's right. Mine too. So, anyway, I was down there in Marianna, Florida. I had called Tennessee and told her, I said, come on, let's move down here, girl. I said, it's 81 degrees and not even the end of February there. But there's a Walmart right beside that Pilot truck stop down there. I went in there and bought some groceries. And after I got checked out and paid, this guy in behind me, he just starts grabbing my bags of groceries, Steve. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Put my groceries down. I don't want you touching my food. So, I don't know. He was a weird character anyway. But so I told Tennessee after that, I said, no, we ain't moving down here. Too many weirdos there. Well, that's all of my baloney. And that ice down here, Steve, is real slick down here in South Florida. So I don't know. We might get through it all this week there. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Let's keep this show going. Steve Sommers overnight drive there, and that's the only way we're going to keep it going. Fill up your cabinets, the underside of your truck, and even your motor there. Buy some sticks in the eliminator, everyday diesel. And all you people still running up on that snow and ice, get you some of that good anti-gel there. And buy some Steve Sommers overnight drive product. Oh, and don't forget to put overnight drive code in the checkout box. Get that 10% discount there. And buy them baseball caps, T-shirts, travel mugs, and that's all of mine for today. Steve, we'll talk to you later on, brother.
Oh, you're baloney. There you go. Okay, let's see. I had one more tidbit. Oh, yeah, kind of flipping back to the whole convoy headed for D.C. Now, Eagle did mention there's a number of participants that are kind of live streaming, Facebook Live, YouTube, and things of that nature. And I full well expect the numbers are going to grow. Will it become as large as the convoy to Ottawa? Will it become larger? I don't know. But the Defense Secretary, Austin Lloyd, approving the request for 700 National Guard troops to assist law enforcement, anticipating the convoy headed to D.C. Of course, I think this is probably going to happen with or without the convoy. This is really because the State of the Union address is coming up next week, March 1. According to ABC News out of D.C., about 400 D.C. National Guard and 300 members outside the district will help law enforcement run traffic control. No members will carry firearms or take part in law enforcement or domestic surveillance activities, they said. The people who live, work, and visit the district are part of our community, and their safety is our first mission priority. All right, our MPD, our USCP partners have asked for our help in ensuring people can demonstrate peacefully and safely, and will stand ready to assist. Now, this after Capitol Police and local government asked the Department of Defense for some military support due to the reports of truck driver convoys heading to the Capitol. We've asked the National Guard personnel to provide support at traffic control points in and around the district to help address potential challenges stemming from possible disruptions at some of our key traffic arteries, said the Pentagon. So that's that. And top of the hour. Well, we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Looky there, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a special military operation in Ukraine late on Wednesday night. The Russian leader rebuked months of Western diplomatic moves to end the crisis sparked by the amassing of Moscow's nearly 200,000 troops pointed at Ukraine's border. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau removed emergency powers on Wednesday.
After careful consideration, we're ready to confirm that the situation is no longer an emergency. Therefore, the federal government will be ending the use of the Emergencies Act.
Trudeau invoked those powers so police could end blockades occupied by people opposed to the country's excessive COVID-19 restrictions. It also allowed police to freeze truckers' personal and corporate bank accounts and compel tow truck companies to haul away vehicles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Multiple trucker protests have hit the roads and are headed towards D.C.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has approved requests from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department and the U.S. Capitol Police for 700 National Guard soldiers ahead of a multiple truckers' protest expected to arrive in the Capitol soon. They're protesting government-imposed COVID-19 mandates. The Freedom Convoy will depart from Pennsylvania, and the People's Convoy is departing from California. Both hit the road Wednesday. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal health officials and medical experts are mulling the potential need for a fourth COVID-19 vaccine, but many don't agree whether another booster is needed or will be effective. A senior Biden administration official tells Axios that the federal government is planning to test new vaccines, combining multiple COVID strains to determine what will offer the broadest coverage against future strains. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
2 New York prosecutors in the Trump case have thrown in the towel.
Two prosecutors leading the criminal investigation into former President Donald Trump and his family's real estate business have resigned, according to the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, casting doubts about the likelihood that the former president will now face any criminal charges. Kerry Dunn and Mark Pomerantz submitted their resignations to the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who inherited the Trump investigation from his predecessor, Cyrus Vance. The resignations are a sign that Bragg has doubts about whether to continue a case that has already seen charges filed against the Trump Organization and its long-serving financial officer, Alan Weisselberg. Both have pled not guilty. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
Representative Rashida Tlaib of Michigan is set to deliver a formal response to the president's address as well. Politico reports that Tlaib will give her speech on behalf of the left-wing Working Families Party. While the party out of power usually gives a rebuttal to the president's speech, an official response from a member of the president's own party is unusual, but not unheard of. Jurors at the federal trial of 3 fired Minneapolis police officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights went home Wednesday. Without reaching a verdict, it marked the first day of deliberations. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. Thursday morning coming on. Our number 844-844-3388. All right, got Chevy guy on the line coming up next, after which things have cleared out. Some plenty of room for you. Grab a couple of industry headlines this morning. Well, I guess it's good to know. CPR when you're out there on the road. A trucking student is okay after suffering a heart attack at the wheel thanks to the help of a couple of quick-thinking truck drivers. Anthony Serbo was driving his truck through York County, PA, when he noticed another rig had pulled over onto the sidewalk. He quickly stopped his rig and ran over to see what's going on. The man behind the wheel of the stopped truck, a driver in training, was having a heart attack. So Skirbo and the driver trainer, guy by the name of Lee Thompson, worked together to save his life. One called 911 while the other administered CPR until EMTs could arrive. Thompson says it was just more or less a reaction. I mean, I knew I had to get the truck stopped, and thank goodness we were on a side road that's not very busy. That was the trainer speaking. I guess if this had happened on an interstate, it could have been a much worse situation. I didn't know what was going to transpire, but someone needed help. Since then, the two men have been officially named highway heroes by the Truckload Carriers Association. They say the trucking students' survival is thanks to the quick thinking of the other two drivers. All right, then another not so happy ending. A man has been identified after being crushed to death between two trailers at a trucking facility in Kentucky last week. This was about 8:15 on the 16th at the Southeast Freight Lines facility in Independence, Kentucky. And the man's identity, again, just released this week. According to the Cincinnati Enquirer, Ricky Markley was in the process of hooking up a dolly to his tractor trailer when the truck with two trailers attached began to roll, trapping him between the two trailers and eventually running over him. His co-workers were able to stop the truck from completely running over him, but unable to put the truck immediately into reverse because of insufficient air pressure. One of his co-workers told officers they were instructed to put the brakes on the truck, but not the trailers, so the workers can check hoses for leaks. Ricky must have forgotten to put the brake on the truck. Markey was pronounced dead at the scene. He had no official statement from Southeastern Freight Lines, but he had a dangerous job out there, and you deal with it every single day. All right, let me get to the Chevy guy checking in this morning. What do you say, Chevy guy?
Oh, good morning. Yeah, I've just seen on a video, they had Colonel Vindman on, and he was compelling everybody, we need to get into Ukraine. We need to defend it from Russia. Well, I'm pretty sure that was Colonel Vindman. They're twins, and they're both in the Army, so I assume that's our Colonel Vindman that basically committed treason. There's a Marine officer that questioned the command, and because we come out of, they pulled us out of Afghanistan. And by the way, our friend in Australia, you keep saying that America is under a commitment to do something. Well, we had a commitment to Afghanistan, so all I got to say is come back to America, or at least encourage Australia to build up its defense, because don't count with this what we got in the office right now to be there for you. But Colonel Vindman was listening in at the White House, and I believe he is the source of Adam Schiff's. He's the snitch that told Adam Schiff and how they persecuted Donald Trump. Donald Trump guy, that's the one that was keeping Russia out of your country. So obviously you must have been, because you're wanting us to be in there. You've got people in there you're worried about. Well, since you destroyed the only defense your country had with us or against Russia, now your cousins, maybe your sisters, are at risk of being used by Russian soldiers. So I guess I'm really wondering what you guys think about your support for Biden now, or destroying Donald Trump. I mean, I just am amazed that he's got away with what he did. That he did not get charged, because that Marine officer is questioning the command is no different than this Colonel Vindman, and he testifies in uniform. All right? And he's doing it against the commander-in-chief, the head of the armed forces. And he got away with it. It just, to me, is an amazing event. But I'm sorry, when I seen that man talking, the only thing in my mind says, well, how do you like it now? Or do you like to support the Democrats and what you did to a strong America? So all I got to say is, if you're Colonel Vindman, you're listening, sit back and enjoy your work. Other than that, we're going to sit back and just copy the mail. It's a terrible thing that's going on. But, yeah, about getting involved, people keep saying, no, Biden ain't going to do it. But, hey, all it takes is a swipe of a pen and Ford to step out. I love seeing something. Now, remember, I'm a Ted Cruz supporter. I would have voted for him for president. Not Trump. Trump was a clown to me. But, man, everybody wants to say that I never say I'm wrong. I was so wrong about President Trump. I listened to him when he confronted. They had a video. I think Sean Hannity was playing it. Tucker Carlson. And it was a long play. It had Trump sitting there confronting the Germans. Says, why are you're making this big money deal with the Russians, while we're out here supporting your country, defending your country, and you, all of y'all here in the NATO's are not paying your share. He actually, at that point, was embarrassing them to kick in their money to build their own defenses. But if you remember, Trump reduced the strength, our military strength, after that because of that deal with Russia. So that's the kind of president we need right now, but he ain't got him. So I believe they got all that information on him. I believe they're going to let him. Oh yeah, you can rattle your cage, stomp around, say all this stuff, but if you do such and such, then we're going to dump all this information. I believe China's got it too. So I'm really worried about Taiwan right now because they moved, I believe, on a 2 front. We're going to be having a rough time. China could go to war. They'd love to get out there and get that airplane right now. So they got a little bit of cherry on the Taiwan ice cream float, So that's my opinion. Thank God I've been wrong so far. Especially I thought they'd do it with the athletes.
With the games, yeah, it appears Russia waited for the games to end, and then their athletes got back in to the home country, and then they made their move. Now, as far as China, I was inclined, like you, thinking, all right, they're going to capitalize, like right now while this is going on. But they kind of tipped their hand by some of this information. So I think this is another one Sylvester sent me, where the Chinese news media kind of literally just laid out, what their plan is. And yes, they are planning to take Taiwan back, but it kind of, at least if this not be fictitious, propaganda, which they're so well known to do, looks like they're going to wait for things to settle with Ukraine and Russia, and then wait for Russia's backing when they make their move on Taiwan. I'll get the rest on that coming up here. One of our listening friends, Dave, sent me an actual screenshot. I was talking about the markets, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, just wait and see where things go at the opening bell, but the future's not looking good, undoubtedly. And he said all the various cryptocurrencies are getting hammered as well right now. A lot of the Bitcoin mining takes place over there. So the screenshot is showing Bitcoin, again, about 30 minutes ago, this screenshot was. Bitcoin down more than 7.5%. And as you look down the list, things get worse. Ethereum down nearly 12%. Binance Coin, whatever that is, down 11.4%. Shiba Inu down 13+. Litecoin down more than 12%. Now, a lot of the cryptos we're all familiar with, all those crypto holders watching money disappear from their wallets. And, I guess on this side of the pond, many of them are probably sleeping at this hour, and they'll wake up and say, oh, holy crap. And, many start bailing out when the numbers get to a certain point. And just like, I guess, on the stock market, many have their currencies set when the price drops to a certain level for the computer to automatically dump it. All right, looking at 19 past the hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. We all know too well. The communism. It is known. Guaranteed propaganda. That's what they do. To sway the opinions of not only their people, but to try and sway the opinions of people elsewhere around the entire planet. According to this report, Chinese news media posted instructions to social platforms about how to approach coverage on Ukraine, including a note of China's need for Russian support with Taiwan. Now, apparently, one outlet accidentally posted guidelines on what should and should not be published, while an editor from another outlet weighed in with guidance on language and approaches he believed necessary to walk this fine line. In other words, the rest of the world wasn't supposedly supposed to see this. Ming Jianwing, a senior editor at the Xinhu news agency, wrote in his WeChat blog about how his outlet needed to walk a tight line on the Ukraine coverage, noting that China, quote, has to back Russia up with emotional and moral support while refraining from treading on the toes of the United States and European Union. In the future, China will need Russia's understanding and support when wrestling with America to solve the Taiwan issue once and for all, read his post. That it doesn't hurt to use moderately pro-Russia language. So that's the Xinhu news agency. Then there's Horizon News, a social media account belonging to the Chinese Communist Party-owned Beijing News, that posted similar instructions, along with a note that no posts unfavorable to Russia or anything with pro-Western content shall be published. That post was later deleted. An amateur translation on Twitter claimed that the post said, from now on, for Ukraine-related topics, post them on Weibo. All post on Shimeon first and then on our major account to promote Shimeon. Do not post anything against Russia or pro-West. Let me review your words before posting. Now, the former editor of the state-run Global Times described Russia's recognition of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions as a measure to break the deadlock of the crisis in a way that shows Russia's strategic determination, which, no doubt about that, less than 24 hours after that recognition, boom, the war is on. But as I mentioned earlier, China and Russia have really developed a tighter bond, especially in the past few years, a relationship that has accelerated in just the past few months. China just last week accused the United States of trying to play up the crisis on Ukraine's border after Moscow claimed that they were pulling back some of their 150,000 troops that they had amassed. Again, that was all a lie. More Russia propaganda. There we go. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on this morning?
Oh, Steve, it's a mess. It's a mess. You were talking about that thunder sleet last night. I got to witness all that when it rolled into Wichita Falls. I was over at the Jolly Truck Stop. And man, that was weird. I mean, that lightning was dancing all in the sky. And I said, well, I thought they said it was going to snow. And so I walked in, got me a cup of coffee, come back out, got ready for bed, and I hear something start hitting the truck, sound like hail. I never seen sleet that big hail.
Really?
I mean, it was pat, pat, pat. I said, oh no, I just had my truck fixed from that fiasco, in the summer. But and then here come the little bit finer sleet and the lightning and carrying on. I said, I'm going to bed. Woke up this morning, had about 1.5 inches of ice, nothing but pure ice on the ground, and it was snowing on top of it. 287 is a mess up here, coming out of Iowa Park. Top speed about 40 miles an hour. Got one lane, and then you always got these here 90-day wonders out here in the left lane. They get out there and start mashing that gas, start going sideways and everything else. It's a daggone mess, Steve. I'm tell you what. But we're going to make it, I reckon. Steve, did you happen to look at the news tonight where they said the two investigators that was investigating Donald Trump just mysteriously just walked off the job and had put his frivolous lawsuit case they try in limbo?
Kind of interesting on how that happens, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I want to know what they found that made them just all of a sudden say, hey, we done uncovered something here that is going to implicate us or implicate the Democratic Party, So they just mysteriously bam, they just resigned, walked off the job. I thought that was kind of interesting. We was having this conversation about a week ago, and I said, I'm going to tell y'all something. They're going to keep on digging, and they're going to keep on digging, and they're going to dig out them skeletons against that Democratic Party, and they're going to run. I'm telling you, well, it happened tonight. The other thing, did you see that ship that had those all-electric cars that just burst into flames off the South American coast down there?
Yeah, I know that. I don't think they were all electric, but there were some electric vehicles, and I think they're suspecting the batteries, maybe one of those lithium-ion or whatever, is what started that. That's the one that had the Lamborghinis and the Porsches and the Bentleys, and yeah.
Yeah. Did you see what Rolls-Royce told America?
No, what'd they say?
We're not buying into your all-electric car. Take it and stick it. Well, we'll just ban your cars. Okay. Well, we'll just ground half your air fleet. How about that? Hey! We had this conversation 6 months ago. I said a couple of these car companies ain't going to buy into this. And then when they don't, they're going to come out the winners. I just think it's hilarious, But, Steve, I was watching that so-called person that occupies that seat up yonder in D.C.,
mm-hmm.
and he got up there yesterday, and he said, well, the American people are going to hurt for this get better. Well, the only reason we're hurting you jackass is because of your frivolous, dumbass stopping drilling, stopping the Keystone Pipeline. Steve, we could be operating right now. There's no reason for this gas to be as high as it is. Diesel will be high as it is. All these shortages. There's no reason for none of this. But yeah, we're going to hurt. Well, how much does he want us to hurt for his dumb ass moves? You know what I'm saying?
He's never going to admit any fault. He's never going to admit he was wrong. They'll just continue on and, the status quo. Yeah, we all see it, and they know it. But they're not doing anything to fix it.
But you see what Bloomberg told them yesterday?
What's that?
He said, you Democrats go get y'all's ass wiped out during the election.
Yes.
So y'all might as well go ahead and start packing your bags.
Yep.
Y'all's going home. But I mean, it's a mess right now. And Steve, there's been a lot of conversation that tonight will probably be the starting of World War III, which I hate to even imagine this. But, if China rears their head and tries to take Taiwan, they're going to force the hand of the world, and it's going to get messy here real damn quick. I just hate to even think about it. I mean, it's bad,
yep.
and I don't think half the public knows what's going to happen. But I'm waiting on Ian Red Breadneck to call in and tell us he made another $100 million on that cryptocurrency that's caving like the hard times of 29.
Yeah, I hope he's not sleeping tonight. He might want to get rid of some of that stuff while he can.
Yeah, he might want to sell some of it while he can get out of it, and you come in here and tell us, I didn't get hurt a bit. I had some inside track. I sold all mine, made $100 million on it. I want to see how that works out for him. But anyway, Steve, we're just chugging along here real slow. Want to tell all the guys coming out of Fort Worth, Dallas, 287 is a mess. One lane open from about Wichita on up here to Vernon. So truck them safe, be careful, and man, enjoy your weekend. And we got one more night, though, ain't we?
Yeah, I still got I wish this was my Friday morning, but no, we got one more night to go. So yep, we'll be here at the midnight hour, rolling into Friday. But there you go. All right, so we got clear lines here. First time this morning, wide open at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a special military operation in Ukraine late on Wednesday night. The Russian leader rebuked months of Western diplomatic moves to end the crisis sparked by the amassing of Moscow's nearly 200,000 troops pointed at Ukraine's border. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau removed emergency powers on Wednesday.
After careful consideration, we're ready to confirm that the situation is no longer an emergency. Therefore, the federal government will be ending the use of the Emergencies Act.
Trudeau invoked those powers so police could end blockades occupied by people opposed to the country's excessive COVID-19 restrictions. It also allowed police to freeze truckers' personal and corporate bank accounts and compel tow truck companies to haul away vehicles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, maybe we can get some live reports. Some of our friends out there on the road this hour. It's hard to tell when you look at the radar whether or not precipit's coming down in the form of freezing rain or sleet. Now, they do have the purples, which I believe typically would be indicative of freezing rain. The pink could be freezing rain, could be sleet. But I'm looking at a lot of the pink hues showing up on the radar, pushing up through Kentucky at this hour. All right, so starting on the northern end, about Campbellsville, down to Bowling Green. Things get kind of sketchy, sporadic, but freezing rain along I-65 north of Bowling Green. and all the way down to, I guess that's Murray, Kentucky. Freezing rain being depicted on the radar, pushing through parts of Tennessee at this hour. Let's see here. So you can zoom in a little bit. Rain in Centerville, but mixed precip from Dixon to Waverly to Humboldt, Tennessee. On back to Covington, Tennessee. Memphis. Looks like Memphis Direct. You've been in the mixed precip for several hours now. You get into some of the heavier mixed precip as anticipated. Things are kind of blossoming in east central, pushing into parts of northeast Arkansas. Yeah, definitely along I-55. Yeah, Little Rock looks like you've been seeing some of the mixed precipitation there as well. I-40 probably getting pretty dicey between Little Rock and Memphis tonight. Like I said, maybe we can get some live reports. It's 844-844-3388. That's our number. And all right, we shared the Ukraine action. I was pulling up one other story here that I had not yet touched. I touched on the headline, but in the Luhansk region, I believe that's the way you pronounce it, the armed forces of Ukraine, they tell us, have shot down 5 planes and 1 chopper of the armed forces of the Russian Federation that had violated the border of Ukraine. According to preliminary operational information, shot down. The press service of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine posted on Facebook. At about 0500 hours, the state border of Ukraine in the sections near the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus was attacked by Russian troops supported by Belarus. Attacks on border units, border patrols, checkpoints were carried out with artillery, heavy equipment, and small arms in several regions. And not being up on my Russian, I can't pronounce many of them. Again, Luhansk, the Sumy, Kharkiv, Chemeriv, and some other regions. In addition, the attack is launched from the temporarily occupied territories of the autonomous Republic of Crimea, Donetsk and Luhansk. The work of enemy sabotage and reconnaissance groups is observed. Again, that was probably a couple of hours ago when that was posted. Sounds like things are really ramping up, to say the least. Meanwhile, back to is it JR this morning?
Good morning, Steve. Yes, it is JR. Thanks for taking my call.
What's going on this morning?
Man, I'm riding around the planet having fun. Imagine all that. I got a quick question for you, Steve. The other morning, I was just about half asleep, and Big Moose called in, and sounded like he had a burr under his saddle. What happened to him?
It all had, that's probably when he was calling in about Eagle, I believe. He was talking about the convoys, and Eagle had his opinions, Moose had his own opinions, and you know how things sometimes just kind of, lead to a little bit of arguing and shouting. That's what it was.
Okay, because like I say, I fell asleep and I had my headphones on, and when I woke up, I heard him sound like he had a pretty good tone of voice, like he wanted to reach out and touch somebody, and I was like, somebody done made a mess in his Wheaties. But anyhow, are they still going to have the truck show?
Yes, yes.
Mid-America?
The truck show is on. Yes, sir. 24th through the 26th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's on. We're going to be there. Yes.
And it's March?
Correct.
Okay.
24th through the 26th. Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be in booth what?
16067, I believe, is it's in the north wing.
Call. Have a great morning. Enjoy the show.
Thanks for checking in, JR. Yep, that's where we'll be. Say, well, Hotshot Secret, they'll have their own separate booth. So we're not going to be like, I won't be in the booth with them. Pulling up the numbers here, because they're in the 2,000 range. Let's see. I'm sorry. What? Hotshot Secret booth. Booth number 12036. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive booth 16067. And if you hadn't caught, I've been mentioning we're trying to line up interviews, folks to talk to while we're there, because plans are to be live from the noon to 5 hour Eastern time, both Thursday and Friday, then Saturday from 10 to 3. Saturday, of course, the show technically wraps up at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but they do open early on Saturday, 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. Thursday and Friday. Opening day Thursday, they have what they call a VIP session from like 10 to 1, I believe it is. And then it opens to the general populace at 1 o'clock, then goes till 6 p.m. Friday at 10 a.m. till, again, 6 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. 3 days of the big show. What else we got in the mix there? Yeah, aside from lining up interviews, trying to get things to fill up the program, and a lot of our listening friends planning on joining us there. Good time. Clay Walker was the Friday night concert that they had announced. And Clay's been around a few years. I kind of lost contact with the latest country music for several years now. I remember when Clay Walker had first come on the scene and had a couple of big hits there, and so a well-known name. Then something new this year. Now, the concert Friday night, that is, as typically would be, a free concert for attendees. You've got to go to the particular booth, and it is not the Mobile Delvac booth this year. For the last umpteen years, Mobile Delvac had been sponsoring the Friday night concert. I'll have to pull it up. I forget the name, but you go to the booth and they'll give you free tickets. Just show them your CDL license. But then coming up Saturday night, I'm kind of looking forward to this. They've announced I believe it's the Mack Trailers Winter Nationals Truck and Tractor Pool indoors there at Freedom Hall that'll be taking place right after the show. I think it gets underway at it's either 6 or 7 p.m. Again, the show wraps up on Saturday at 4 p.m. Truck and Tractor Pools there Saturday night. I was just thinking to myself how they're going to transform Freedom Hall in, I get less than 24 hours time. You're Clay Walker, the country music concert Friday night. And they're going to have to bring in all this, the dirt and whatnot, and get things set up for the tractor pools by Saturday night. I guess it's going to be a very, very busy Friday night into Saturday, where they'll have to tear down the staging and the lighting and all that for the concert, and immediately bring in dump loads, dump truck after dump truck of the dirt to get things all settled in, get the track packed for the tractor pools on Saturday night. That'll be one crazy transformation. But we'll get a quick time out there. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, just waiting to see where will the prices at the pump go next. Ah, boy. I mean, right on the heels of week after week after week. Numbers that came in on Monday, actually it was Tuesday, because Monday was President's Day holiday. So Tuesday, all but one location around the country saw an increase in diesel prices this past week. National average price per gallon up another 3-4 cents, $4.05 per gallon. The national average for diesel now. Regionally, New England's average price had the largest increase, right at 7 cents per gallon. The average price jumping 6.8 cents in the Central Atlantic region. The West Coast minus California was the only region to see some relief, but the drop was less than a penny. How you call that relief, I don't know. Half a cent change. Oh, but the price technically was down. Now, California checks in, obviously, with the highest average price at $5.05 per gallon. California already, statewide average above $5 a gallon. Gulf Coast, the lowest average price, but at $3.83. There's some of your numbers around the country. I know that saw gasoline prices. There are stations in the Los Angeles area where the price per gallon has exceeded $6 already. And with all this, the rumors, the rumblings, they had been talking for weeks about the potential for oil to break the $100 per barrel mark. And if all-out war, which appears to be unfolding as we speak between Russia and Ukraine, could the numbers approach $150 per barrel? Looking at the latest numbers, the live numbers from MarketWatch, Brent crude is $102.84. So approaching $103 per barrel at this hour. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yes, Eagle, welcome back.
Yeah, okay, I'm back in. Yeah, Steve, man, like I say, I respect your radio show. I've been calling for a long time. Believe me, like I said the first time, I want to say some things, but I'm holding myself back. Because, like I say, I don't want to have no problems. But believe me, heat wave, I heard every word you said, my man. And like I said, if it wasn't on this radio show, I'd really tell you how I feel. But since I can't do that, I'm not. You're a nobody to me, my man. So that's all I'm gonna say to you. You mean absolutely nothing to me. So I'd appreciate it if you keep my name out of your mouth because like I told another guy who used to call this show, you don't know me and I don't know you, and let's keep it that way. Now, let's move. Let me move on to this next situation, Steve, about about what's going on in the Ukraine and Joe Biden situation. Okay, now it's clear, Steve. It's clear now to me, and it's been clear to me for a long time, that this is being done on purpose. All the things that Joe Biden, I told you that from day one when the man shut down the pipeline and put truck drivers down here in Texas, where I live at, out of work, and it's a damn ghost town in a lot of the oil cities in Midland, Texas, Odessa, Texas, down that used to be pumping oil out of the ground 24 hours a day, and now you drive through there, it's a damn ghost town. And you can't tell me that's not being done on purpose. Now this guy got the nerve to say that he feels bad for the American people because we're going to be stuck with these, they already talking about California, $6 a gallon for fuel. And it's all been done on purpose. It's not no mistake. Nobody is that stupid, like I told you months ago, Steve. Joe Biden has been bought and paid for by the Chinese government, and it looks like he's been bought and paid for by the Russian government too at this point. So we have a compromised individual in the White House, and like I said, the only thing, unfortunately, and it don't even look like that's going to work. Like I told you a couple of days ago, Steve, it don't even look like, because we already see that we don't have a fair election system. You know, a lot of American people are saying to themselves, well, maybe we can vote him out of office. Maybe in 2024, we can vote him out and put Trump or somebody like Trump back in the White House. But they must have forgot about what happened in 2020. And if you think the Democrats are not going to try the same game in 2024, you better think again, my friend. If anything, it's going to get worse, because they're determined not to let a man like Trump or anybody that looks like Trump ever step back in the White House again, because Trump, he stands for making America great again. And I challenge anybody out there that supports Joe Biden to name me one time that man has said he wanted to make America great again. So we're in big trouble, Steve. He's basically abandoned, you know, you said earlier, he's basically abandoned the American people just in Ukraine, just like he abandoned the Afghani Americans. They told the people to stand in place. If you in Ukraine, you on your own. Joe Biden ain't sending nobody in there to help you. So all those people, Americans that's in Ukraine right now, you're just a lost cause. And it's the same way he did the Afghani people. So, like I said, we're in big trouble in America, Steve, and I don't see it getting no better. So all these truck drivers that's driving all the way from California to Washington, coast to coast, and you'll notice, Steve, with all these trucks, very few of them have a trailer on the back of their rig. So that tells me that they're not making not one dime driving from California.
Oh yeah, they're bobtailing. They're bobtailing.
What?
They're bobtailing. Absolutely. I mean,
well,
it'd cost them a lot more if you got a trailer on there. It'd be costing a lot more in fuel, though.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying, you know, as far as I know, a lot of these guys are not making money. I don't know how they can do it because the fuel is so expensive. So, like I say, I wish them guys the best of luck. You know, like I say, we got a bad situation, Steve. The government's, like I said, being sold out. You see what this idiot up there in Canada's doing, and I really believe that Joe Biden has the same agenda. It's just a matter of time before he shows his true colors on how he feels about the situation. And you know, you see Kamala, she's over there and over there trying to talk, which is the worst mistake they ever. She has no foreign policy experience whatsoever, and they had the nerve to send her over there to try to negotiate a deal with the Russians and the Ukraine, and they just simply laughed in her face. So like I told you months ago, Steve, we don't have no vice president. That seat is vacant for the next 2 years until they get voted out of office or whatever happens. But as of right now, we don't have a vice president in the U.S. of A. So like I said, we have a big problem going on in the USA. And I told people, you said a couple of months ago, I remember you said a lot of Americans have buyer remorse about voting for Joe Biden. You know what? I don't feel sorry for none of those people that voted for Joe Biden, because you knew you had over 40 years to realize that this man was no good, and you still made the mistake of voting for him. Yeah. So it's your problem now, my friend. When you pull up to a gas pump and pay $8 a gallon for for fuel, you can't blame Joe Biden. The only person you can blame is yourself for being dumb enough to vote for that guy. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, that's a valid point there. If you had 41 years, a guy that's been in Washington, D.C., and in varying roles, but 8 years of which was a vice president of the United States, many years senator representing the state of Delaware, that, again, 40 years to get things fixed. And all of a sudden, he's going to fix things after those 41 years. What'd you do for the 41 you were there? Why didn't you fix it then? Now, as far as the convoy, the People's Convoy, covering the cost of fuel and things of that nature, just like the Canadians did, they are raising funds to cover the cost of drivers' fuel and whatnot, participating. If you go to their website right now, donations have exceeded $464,000. That's to get them food and fuel and things of that nature. Get a news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine has issued a warning to its citizens in Russia.
Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is warning its citizens across the border in Russia to depart immediately Wednesday as uncertainty surrounds Russia's next military move. The United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, Germany, and 14 other countries were among nations that announced sanctions against Russia as Moscow appears poised for a full destruction of Ukraine's democracy. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal health officials and medical experts are mulling the potential need for a fourth COVID-19 vaccine, but many don't agree whether another booster is needed or will be effective. A senior Biden administration official tells Axios that the federal government is planning to test new vaccines combining multiple COVID strains to determine what will offer the broadest coverage against future strains. This is USA Radio News.
I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items too at mypillow.com.
A new survey takes a look at the best U.S. cities to work and live in.
Good Hire says Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Reno, Nevada, and Provo, Utah rank as the top 3 most affordable cities. On the other end of the spectrum, Los Angeles, Hartford, Connecticut, and Corpus Christi, Texas top the least affordable list. The study factored in available job opportunities, housing prices, and earning potential when compiling the rankings. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau removed emergency powers on Wednesday.
After careful consideration, we're ready to confirm the situation is no longer an emergency.
Trudeau invoked those powers so police could end blockades occupied by people opposed to the country's COVID-19 restrictions. It also allowed police to freeze truckers' personal and corporate bank accounts and compel tow truck companies to haul away vehicles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Former President Donald Trump gives his 2 cents on the Durham investigation.
While Hillary Clinton and many Democrats are attempting to downplay the latest revelations from special counsel John Durham's court filings, former President Donald Trump is becoming a bigger believer in Durham's investigation, though he was angry with him just over a year ago.
Work slowly and
A lot of people were really angry, but he has brought out some devastating blows. And if you really look at it, if you know what this is all about, that's just a foundation. That's a foundation for some very, very big stuff. So, yeah, I'm getting to be more and more impressed with Durham.
Speaking on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, the former president also was asked if he would be running again for the presidency and said, I can't answer that now, but I think you'll be very happy. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
The FBI is warning businesses and governments to be aware of cyber attacks. There's nothing specific currently, but it could happen as the threat of war in Europe is at its highest level. A top FBI cyber official told executives that Russia is a permissive environment for cyber criminals. Sheriffs are demanding to be notified of new arrivals as the Department of Homeland Security ships tens of thousands of illegal immigrants throughout the country. ICE and the Department of Health and Human Services operate the flights. They say locals will have to keep track of migrants if federal officials cannot. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
That says Sky News host, Sky News, Andrew Bolt, says Russian President Vladimir Putin recognized former President Donald Trump was a quote, bit of a thug and never would have attempted to invade Ukraine during his presidency. Putin knew Donald Trump would have punished him right back. Yeah, I think that is 100% accurate. Why didn't it happen under Donald Trump? Sure. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Pup. What's happening out there?
Hey, Steve. Hey, before I get started, between Walton and Florence, Kentucky, the bridges are very slick. It's ice raining down through there. The roads are okay, but the bridges are very slick.
Okay.
But got a caller about an hour and a half ago, kind of stuck in my crawl. He's living in another country, telling us what we should do. He might have dual citizenship. I remember last year when you had Dean the tax guy on, one of his questions was he owed the IRS money and they can't touch him over there in kangaroo country, but he was worried about his ex-wife getting penalized. For him to be living over there and saying what we should do there and do there, that's kind of stuck in my craw a little bit. On a lighter note, I found something that's going to be pretty neat this summer. I found an automatic co-pilot for my boat. I put that baby on there, and Could you believe some of your world famous callers are saying I'm going to kill myself with that damn thing? They want me to take out life insurance. They're going to come down once I die and drink my beer, take advantage of my wife, and watch my damn TV. You believe that?
I believe it.
This guy's a world-class truck driver. I mean, he just, everybody thinks he's something else. Yeah, buddy, shocked me. I told him I didn't have no life insurance. He told me by Friday I should have some. Just guys, watch those bridges there. It's like once you get through Cincinnati, it quits drizzling, so everything's cool there.
So that's
all I have to say, Steve.
I did see a little stripe, kind of pushing right there through northern Kentucky, and I guess that's it's not amounting a whole lot, but just enough to slicken things up in some areas.
Yep. The roads right now are okay. When I come through there, I had 30 degrees, so on my truck here. So. Yep. That's the only bad spot I've hit so far.
Okay.
I think the worst of our weather's coming in this evening.
It's what it sounds like later today. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the heads up this morning there, pup. Be safe out there. Yeah, National Weather Service office out of Wilmington. Yeah, just a little advisory. Patchy, light, freezing rain moving across the region this morning. Could make for a few slick roadways, especially untreated pavement and those elevated surfaces. Got to watch those bridges and overpasses. They're the first to go downhill. Okay, next up on the list, how about the U.S. Postal Service? So much for Biden's Green New Deal, the green agenda, and that's all this discussion about, hey, why don't you just authorize the damn pipeline that you stopped when first day in office? Why don't you make it easier for the fracking operations to get back out there and start extracting our own oil? And you see, that would go against his green agenda. He's all on board with this climate change crap, so we can't do any of that. Sorry, just if you don't want to pay $7 or $8 for a gallon of gas, get yourself an electric car. This is pretty much what this administration's all about, forcing the American people to go down that route. The U.S. Postal Service is going to begin to replace their aging mail trucks. But no, they're not going to the electric vehicle purchase. Biden has been pressuring the Postal Service, let's go green, go green. No, they're going to replace their trucks with nearly all gasoline-powered vehicles built by Oshkosh Corporation. They announced this past day they've cleared the final regulatory hurdle in placing orders for next-generation mail vehicles and getting some of them on delivery routes next year, despite all the pushback from the EPA and the Greenies. The decision allows the Postal Service to proceed with placing the first order that will include at least 5,000 electric-powered vehicles, along with an undetermined number of gas-powered vehicles. According to the Postal Service will get 165,000 new trucks over the next 10 years. As much as 90% of the replacement vehicles will be powered by gasoline. Resisting pressure from the Biden administration to increase electric purchases beyond their 10% baseline, Postal Service rejected a bid from all electric vehicle manufacturer Workhorse Group and instead awarded the multi-billion-dollar contract to the Wisconsin military truck maker Oshkosh Corporation. As we have reiterated throughout this process, our commitment to an electric fleet remains ambitious, given the pressing vehicle and safety needs of our aging fleet, But as our financial position improves with the ongoing implementation of our 10-year plan, we will continue to pursue the acquisition of additional battery vehicles as additional funding becomes available. It pretty much makes it sound like, hey, we need this many vehicles, we have this amount of money, and the electric vehicles, hello, McFly, they cost a hell of a lot more than your gas-powered vehicles. We cannot replace that aging fleet with nearly the number of vehicles that they need if they go with the electric vehicles. That's just the reality of it all right now. Vic on board this morning. It's been a while since we heard from you. How's things going, Vic?
Oh, they're going okay. Podcast, at least I like to use TuneIn. I don't know how many people use that app, but it just works better for me when I use TuneIn on my TV. And my phone, I don't know what's going on. I've lost these 2 or 3 different times tonight on all your different ones, the TNC. I lose the sound.
Yeah, I mean, even right now, it's kind of sounds like you got very limited cell coverage. I don't know. You think some of your cell towers may be iced up or something there in Indiana, or?
Well, I don't think so. Unless somebody said.
Whatever it is, either that or are you on a G3 phone because the 3G service was going away? Maybe try us back, Vic, but we couldn't hold a real conversation with that signal. What do you say, horse feathers?
Thanks for putting me on there, Your Honor. I'm sorry to hear Vic was having troubles there with his phone there. I really kind of want to hear what he had to say.
I'm curious. He wanted to talk about the whole Ukraine situation with the proverbial encyclopedia of knowledge that he is. Maybe he'll try to call us back.
Yep, that would be good. So anyways, you're talking about the Mid-America there and having the concert Friday and then the truck and tractor pull there on Saturday.
Yeah.
Don't they have that PKY truck show with all them trucks outside this, like the Freedom Hall and all that? Aren't they all on those lots out there? So they're going to have to try to maneuver all these either dump trucks or dump trailers full of dirt and the concert equipment in and out and try to get through all that stuff. And I don't know if they're doing it overnight. I guess there won't be the amount of people, but if they're doing anything in the daytime, don't you think there's going to be a pretty decent crowd out there meandering around looking at trucks? And you know, when you get busy looking at trucks and lights and that, you kind of don't pay attention to where you are. You about get run over by a dump truck there hauling dirt. So I don't know. I don't know if that sounds like the best plan in the world for what we got going on, but I guess smarter people than us must have an idea what they're doing. I would
have to. I mean, how many loads of dirt you think they have to bring in there, to pull off the truck out? I guess they gotta cover the whole floor area down there, and they've got to have 6-8 inches worth of dirt or something.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how much they have to have laid down for that, but we used to haul the dirt into the War Memorial up there in Rochester. When I was up there, I hauled trash for there. We had dump trailers, and we used to run in there, and it had a pretty good sight seeing my tractor trailer with the dump trailer stuck straight up in the air, dumping out 35 tons of dirt on the floor of the War Memorial. But I forget, we did a couple like 200, 250 load, triaxle dump trailer loads there. We were running 6 axles there. And as I say, we were hauling about 30, 35 ton of load in there. And I think we brought like 200, 250 loads in there to do that. So, and of course you got the big loaders in there to push all the dirt around, and you got to have the rollers to compact it all. And I don't know, it's going to be interesting. They don't need as much as they did with the, especially like with the Supercross and the monster trucks and that, because they don't have to build all the big hills. All they have to have is the flat surface to run on. But yeah, it'd be kind of interesting to see how all that gets done. So I don't know. And I don't know, you had a caller there a little while back there, mentioning something about me, and how I'm getting there and what I have to do to be able to fly and that. And this guy, he ain't even smart enough. He thinks he's a sailor, and he's driving a truck up and down the road, and he don't even know he's not on a boat. So as far as Gilligan goes, Gilligan, you can just keep my name out of your mouth from now on. And I don't need you talking about me like that anymore, all right? But anyways, there, with all that nonsense there, we'll let you go. And I don't know, what more could I say to but bicycle?
That's an oldie but a goodie. Many people probably have no idea what the hell you're talking about. All right, boy, oh boy, you can't make this stuff. I just came across this post from Transportation Nation. Right on the heels of Justin Trudeau proving the communist that he is and his overreach of authority, literally confiscating trucks, freezing bank accounts. Now, I mean, I'm hearing on the breaks there where they're saying, all right, they're unfreezing the bank accounts, but there's still many drivers apparently that do not have their equipment back. Here you go. As truckers are set to begin one of the numerous convoys to D.C., we have a United States congressman that's calling for the confiscation of your rigs. In a tweet in response to a Beltway media outlet article entitled Police Monitor Trucker Convoys Threatening to Block Roads Around D.C., Representative Ruben Gallego, Democrat, obviously, of Arizona, offered his 2 cents, to which he says, quote, perfect time to impound and give the trucks to small trucking companies looking to expand their business. Now, when one commenter took him to task by saying, hey, how about the government seize your house and give it to a minority family that need one? And, of course, you're still liable for the mortgage and the taxes. Gallego, who is a member of the left-wing Progressive Caucus, simply responded, how is my house going to block traffic? A good response. So here you go. This is what you get with the Democrat Party. First elected in 2014, he represents the 7th District of Arizona. That includes parts of Phoenix, Glendale, and Tolson. But his comments are eerily similar to what Ottawa's mayor said last weekend, where he called for the big rigs of those truckers that were part of the protest to be confiscated and sold so they can help recoup some of the police money and other expenses. Meanwhile, authorities, law enforcement agencies, say they are monitoring the looming trucker convoys. Now, of the multiple convoys planning to reach the D.C. area in the coming weeks, Transportation Nation says we are not aware of any that intend to protest at the Capitol building or the White House. Nevertheless, the Capitol Police will once again have been erecting the fencing around the Capitol. And, of course, yesterday, the Defense Department approving the deployment of 700 National Guard troops there to D.C. All right, we've got coming up later, matter of fact, a little over 30 minutes from now, TNCRadio.live here this Thursday morning. You know anything about trains? You might be an expert or you might just be curious. You'll learn something new and have a few laughs with Bill Waldrop and the train station coming up 5 a.m. right after the program. Overnight drive here on TNCRadio.live, after which it's reverse gear. Former tanker driver and 50-year radio personality Ron Samuels, otherwise known as the Maestro around TNC Radio. He'll be looking back on the history of popular music this week. Talking his picks for what would be some of the most iconic women in the music industry. There you go, TNCRadio.live, your free 24-hour station for news, weather, information, entertainment, developed by commercial drivers for commercial drivers. Available on any internet-ready device at tncradio.live. And we'll return into the Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's pretty good, Gwen. Got your email there. I'll have to share that. Funny little meme that says, introducing the Build Back Better bowling ball. It's a square bowling ball. I presume, obviously, developed by Joe Biden himself. Yeah, Build Back Better. Yes, senor. Heatwave. Yes, sir. What's going on?
Oh, I just heard somebody on there. Eagle. Hey, that came out of my mouth, didn't it? Trying to tell me that I can't say the word eagle. Well, eagle, guess what? The eagle can come out of my mouth any damn time I choose to say the word eagle. You are butthurt because I caught you in a damn flip-flop. And you are so thin-skinned and you are easily butthurt that you have this pompous-ass reaction to it, like, oh, I'm better than... You know what? Tell me how you really feel. I want to know. We debate. It's not personal. It's a difference of ideologies and thought. It's not personal. But if you want to make it personal, buddy, I'm the one to do it with. I'll guarantee you that. I agree with you on quite a few things. But when I catch you and you're caught, you're going to have to own up that, yes, you made a mistake. If I make a mistake in my assumptions, Steve will let me know. Other people out there will let me know. And I will be man enough to admit, yes, I made a mistake. So, you can take that any way you want. Tell us how you really feel about heat wave. And Steve, I thank you for taking my call.
Have a good morning, heat wave. Be safe out there. All right, we are up to news break here. I mean, Going back in time when we come back after the break, about a minute away. Recall it, as soon as vaccines were made available, the premise was if we can get enough people vaccinated, eventually we can get to that threshold. We've got to get 85%? There's this thing called herd immunity. So take the vaccine, and for those that have caught and recovered, when you put all those people together, eventually herd immunity rolls around. And the premise was, how many times did we hear them tell us we can stop the virus? The only way to stop the virus is for everyone to get out there and get their vaccine. Uh-oh. The narrative has changed once again. According to the scientists, herd immunity is very difficult, a very elusive concept. And I'm quoting here. Let me give you the full thing. Herd immunity is an elusive concept and does not apply to coronavirus. It doesn't apply. In other words, it's never been feasible from day number one. And it will never be feasible, according to the scientist. Many scientists now tell us COVID will become like the flu, and we will see seasonal outbreaks, but not huge surges. It's here to stay. I'll give you more on that coming up, but lo and behold, all those scientists and the likes of Dr. Fauci telling us the only way to reach herd immunity is to get the damn vaccine. And of course, first it was shot number 1 and 2, and now it's number 3, and maybe number 4 we're talking about now, which you're hearing in the headline, maybe number 4, but we can't reach herd immunity. Apparently that's been a lie from day number 1. I digress. More after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine has issued a warning to its citizens in Russia.
Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is warning its citizens across the border in Russia to depart immediately Wednesday as uncertainty surrounds Russia's next military move. The United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, Germany, and 14 other countries were among nations that announced sanctions against Russia as Moscow appears poised for a full destruction of Ukraine's democracy. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal health officials and medical experts are mulling the potential need for a fourth COVID-19 vaccine, but many don't agree whether another booster is needed or will be effective. A senior Biden administration official tells Axios that the federal government is planning to test new vaccines combining multiple COVID strains to determine what will offer the broadest coverage against future strains. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, for our social media outlets out there, before you try to start giving us a strike for passing false COVID information, I am quoting from Dr. Don Milton at the University of Maryland School of Public Health. He's the one that said, quote, herd immunity is an elusive concept and does not apply to coronavirus. If you're not aware, herd immunity is when enough of the population is immune to a virus that it's hard for the germ to spread to those who aren't protected by vaccination or a prior infection. For example, herd immunity against measles requires about 95% of the community to be immune. The early hopes of herd immunity against coronavirus have faded away for several reasons. Reason number one, the antibodies developed from the available vaccines or even a previous infection dwindle with time. Yes, the vaccine offers strong protection against severe illness, but the waning antibodies mean it is possible to still get infected once again, even for those who are boosted. Then there's a huge variation in vaccinations. Many countries are struggling with vaccine hesitancy. As long as the virus spreads, it mutates, helping the virus survive and giving rise to new variants. Those mutations, such as the Omicron, become better at time at evading the protection from vaccines or even from those who have had earlier infection. I personally know several people that have had it already, twice, COVID that is. I know of one that's had it 3 times now. Populations are moving toward herd resistance. That's a new term, not herd immunity. Herd resistance, where infections will continue, but you'll have enough protection for the future spikes not to be disruptive to society. Finally, many scientists believe COVID-19 will become like the flu, seasonal outbreaks, just not the huge outbreaks like we've seen with Omicron. Thank you, Doctor. All right, let's try Vic once again here, see if you got a better signal. Take 2.
Oh, okay. Does it sound clearer out there? Or still have problems?
It's a lot better.
Okay. No, one of the cell phone tower was frozen up. Not that I know of it. It's in the flight at the airport. It's a very big thing. It's actually just parked about 2 miles from my house. But I imagine that state police has that. They have these fake cell phone towers that they set up to intercept cell phone signals when they're doing a drug investigation, one thing and another. And I know that the drug investigation doesn't apply to me, but I don't think they have one set up here close to my neighborhood. But anyway, to the point that I was calling about with Ukraine, but I want to mention something about, you mentioned the coronavirus. Things coming out of South Africa, or not South Africa, Central Africa. First off, Zambia, Africa, created something similar to Chris's tar hog. I don't know, if he was aware of that or seen that or anything else, but I found that rather interesting when I looked at the Africa news today. But more important is they have also developed some sort of an electronic device to detect coronavirus, and it's about 70% effective at this point. But no PCR and no Q-tips, up your nose there into your sinuses. So that will be a couple of kind of interesting things. But kind of the topic of the night has been Ukraine, and we did have an obligation under the non-Lugar agreement treaty that if Ukraine would give up their nuclear weapons, which they had quite a few of them, that we would guarantee their safety. It wasn't through NATO. It was directly, I think there's about 4 or 5 European nations that went along with it too. But there is a treaty beyond NATO that we would protect Ukraine. And the other part of that story is that when the Soviet Union broke up, we promised not to expand NATO into the old Soviet republics.
Mm-hmm.
And when Putin became president, and he challenged the United States and some others I think it was in Brussels. They had some sort of meeting in Brussels. And they told him, said, well, that was with the Soviet Union. That doesn't apply to Russia. So this battle between whether or not they're going to join NATO has been going on almost ever since Putin became president, and that was well, back before George W. Bush took office, back in the 90s. So this thing has been festering for some time. And the one thing that Russia doesn't want to give up on is that warm port there at Sevastopol, Ukraine, because they have their Baltic fleet there, plus they also do some import-export there through those ports. And I was trying to think of the name. Anyway, there's a strait there that goes from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. I haven't had to pay attention to a lot of this stuff, but there's a strait there that there's a bit of a feud that goes on from time to time. And we've sent our Navy vessels in there, basically, what they call it, the Freedom of the Seas movement or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we've done the same thing with China. But I just want to make, people were kind of picking on Sylvester there, or Dean, about, that we didn't have an obligation to protect Ukraine, but we do. And we also had an agreement not to expand NATO, and I'm not exactly sure, exactly how this all came about, the recent thing. But if there's a guy on YouTube, and his name's John Stockwell. He's a former CIA officer. CIA sued him because he wrote a book, and basically it was about how the CIA starts wars. And the KGB does the same thing. And Putin, he just followed the KGB thing right down the line, and looks like somebody on our side followed the CIA thing right down the line. And the whole thing is they keep putting out all these different narratives. And Putin is not a guy to be challenged. I say he's former KGB and all that stuff. Very wealthy man, but I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to do in Russia, other than I do know that he's got problems in rural Russia. He needs to be building up Russia itself, and they were kind of in a bit of a financial hurt because they're still supplying Venezuela with oil, which they're sanctioned. So I'm not exactly sure who all he's going to accumulate around him, but everybody in the world can't be sanctioned because after a while you're going to have one side against the other. But the big thing is in Ukraine that you mentioned, it's the breadbasket of Europe, has been for years, and essentially they fought over the Crimea Peninsula. I think every country's tried to take it over. They usually got defeated, and when Germany took over Poland and Ukraine back when they started the war and everything, the Ukrainians so hated Stalin that they thought the SS was their friend, and then Hitler started killing everybody, and then they decided maybe they'd be better off with Russia. So there's quite Ukraine and Crimea, they're quite accustomed to a fight between different powers. And like, it's just, they're just loaded with resources, and they have warm water ports, which is kind of unusual in that part of the world. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that this could probably all been avoided if we would have just basically said, well, we'll honor our agreement, about not having NATO expand. And that's one of the reasons that I think Trump and Putin understood each other, because Trump basically said, if you want to be in NATO, that's fine, but you're going to have to step up to the plate and pay for it. A lot of those countries couldn't afford to pay for it. Then you have the European Union. That thing's a financial disaster. So Ukraine at this particular time, I don't even think they could afford to join EU or NATO. But if a war was provoked, they're going to get a lot of help. Ukraine is. So I don't know. I forget who it was. Oh, Pappy was talking about that this was a big money game. I have a strong tendency to believe that's the bigger part of it, because there's a lot of people in the West that have a lot of money invested in Ukraine, and they don't want to see Putin taking it over because Russia, because he's not going to pay. They're going to be on the outs, basically, because a lot of the money they have invested in, it is going to, they're not going to get much return on their investment if they get any at all. And that's like with these pipelines, that Ukraine pipeline system, it's antiquated. The Soviet Union helped them put it in. It's highly susceptible to blow up just about any day. And that's why they were building the Nord Stream 1, which is built through the Baltic Sea, and they've got Nord Stream 2 built, but they're not going to certify it. So the gist of it is that I don't know. My big question is, I don't know what Biden's end game was, or the rest of the world's end game was, to basically accelerate this. And we're just, you can't negotiate with somebody unless you're in a strong position, and I guess Putin just thought this was the time to do it. And early on, none of the European countries came together. So I think in Putin's mind, it's like, you'll sanction it till it hurts, and then that'll be it.
They waited for the actual invasion to begin, and like we've been hearing, 14 countries plus, I guess it's about 20 countries immediately implementing sanctions, but I don't know that Putin even cares about the sanctions.
Well, I believe his game is, Steve, that you'll sanction me till it hurts. And General Eisenhower said a long time ago that wars can only be won if you have public support. And I think that Putin's game is that a lot of these leaders are going to start losing public support. And when they do, they will take a different attitude on everything. So, that's just my take on it. And how much of Ukraine he'll take over or what he'll do, that's yet to be seen. But Putin has an absolute fear that the rest of the world, or a lot of it, is going to try to go over Russia. And he doesn't want to be the guy.
And I know we talked last evening the fact that he wants to, he said years ago, 2017, and even before that, he had a dream, a goal of rebuilding and bringing back the old USSR. Hey, is Ukraine just one more piece of the puzzle, one more chip in the cog where he's getting it underway to rebuild the USSR? Hey, we got to get a final timeout here, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Haven't seen any updated numbers as far as the people flocking to Trump's new social media platform, Truth Social. Yeah, we do know, and it kicked in, Sunday night, Monday morning. Within the first 48 hours, more than 500,000 had tried to join. The platform jumped to number 1 in the Apple Marketplace by Tuesday. Now, it's only available on the Apple platform, and it's only available in the U.S. and Canada right now. According to the Washington Post, the platform crashed for like 13 hours Monday as they took in a 300,000 person waiting list to sign up for the service. Obviously, last evening we were talking, it was well over 500,000, and since 24 hours more have passed, I bet there's 600,000-700,000, maybe more, even on a waiting list. Some are trying to say, well, the fact that they can't get people logged into this thing is proof that they rushed to get this platform released. I don't know. Some on the left are trying to say, this also proves if they can't even get it right to get the platform up and running, how can you have any confidence in the security of any information that you give them? So some folks may think about that, but at the same time, I say, well, how secure is my information on any website? Is my information secure on Facebook or YouTube or with my bank? Banks are hacked every day. Your credit cards, you name it. Anything that is on the internet is not truly secure, despite what they may try to tell us. But meanwhile, here, real quick, I figured we'd be seeing this, and they've kind of now expanded this winter storm. It's amazing. You've got winter weather advisories all the way from southern Texas, winter storm warnings from northeast Texas through eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri. Then now winter weather advisories extending all the way up into Iowa, Michigan, Wisconsin, northern 2/3 of Ohio and Indiana. There's one little zone in there, southern Indiana, southern Ohio, where I think may see a little mixed bag of precip early on. But the temperature's expected to warm above the freezing mark, and it's probably going to be more of a rain event, much like we're going to see over in parts of West Virginia. I am seeing the first actual ice storm warnings in place over into portions of central Pennsylvania, Altoona, to Johnstown, in that region. What do they say? 4/10 of an inch, or approaching half an inch. Why some of those areas in Arkansas and Oklahoma are still considered winter storm warnings, where they're anticipating as much as a half inch to 1 inch of ice, rather than ice storm warnings. But meanwhile, those winter storm warnings then extend well up into the Northeast, the New England area, much of eastern half of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts. It's going to be another rough and tumble day, difficult day as this storm begins to fill in. So stick around once our friends at TNCRadio.live fire up live here in a couple of hours. They'll be giving you all the latest there. But first, coming up next via TNCRadio.live, talking about trains, the train station, 5 a.m. Then it's reverse gear. Ron Samuels talking about his picks for some of the most iconic women in musical history. And we will see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Be safe out there on the roads. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything